Let us begin this morning in the name of God, from whom all blessings flow, as we receive our brother Lawrence Adom for this morning's invocation.
Amen. May we be in a prayer mood. Our most gracious, everlasting Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for granting us your traveling message from far and near to this auditorium. Most gracious Father, we pray that you forgive us our faults and accept our prayer this morning. Father Lord, as we celebrate 25 years in service, Father, we cannot do without mentioning the gift of life, your guidance, and your protection. We say, Lord, we are thankful unto you for taking us through this journey. We are most thankful unto you in Jesus' name. We also pray for our brothers and sisters, our fathers who, for one reason or the other, did not see this day with us. Those that we have called to glory, we pray that, Lord, you grant them a peaceful rest. As we are about beginning this lecture, Lord, we cannot do without it. We pray committing our leaders who are going to speak to us into your care, that, Lord, you give them the courage to go through this section. Lord, we thank you. I take immunity from the book of Luke, chapter 10, verses 19, and I make this declaration. May your peace that surpasses all understanding be with us through this section. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
And still standing, let us observe the glorious anthem of the DVLA. Please lend your attention to the screen as we're guided to sing along.
In unity we stand. In unity we stand, with voices in our soul freedom. Let's go together. Let's do better. We're doing good.
It's 25 years of leading the way. DVLA is 25. Put your hands together. Let's celebrate. Please be seated wherever you are. If you're joining us live here in person at the Cedi Auditorium at the University of Ghana, on radio, on television, or online, we say good morning to you and congratulations for joining us as broad stakeholders in 25 years of promoting good driving standards in the country and ensuring the use of roadworthy vehicles on the road and other public places, all in a bid to be the most respectable organization with internationally accepted standards for driver and vehicle licensing. Please, let's celebrate one more time our joint efforts. And so on behalf of our very inspirational leader, the chief executive of the DVLA, Mr. Kwesi Ajimanbuzia, together with his board and management, allow me to say a very good morning to you all who have come to join us for this 25th anniversary lecture. We take great notice of your punctuality, and your acceptance is something that we really appreciate. We promise you that your time here will be worth the while. Today, we're joined by men and women who have embodied excellence in their person, in their careers, but most importantly, in the organizations that they've manned or handled. Chief amongst us today is a man who has shown exceptional excellence both in the private sector and in the public sector, culminating in his eventual elevation as the senior presidential advisor to the President of our Republic. Make welcome the Honorable Yao Osafo Mafo. Our guest of honor, we welcome you warmly. Joining us as our special guest, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who needs very little introduction, an embodiment of great excellence, Professor Stephen Ade. We'll receive back into our fold a former chief executive, now by the grace of God, the first deputy speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. Make welcome home, the Honorable Joe Oseibusu. We receive with great delight also a former chief executive, Dr. Justice Amagashi. Welcome. This morning, with profound joy, we welcome the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor Gordon Awandari. Why don't we make welcome also, in great solidarity, the Director General of the National Road Safety Authority, Engineer David Osafo Adonting. Make welcome the President of the CILT Ghana, Engineer Mark Amuama. I beg your pardon, please, a round of applause. The President of Ghana Drive, Reverend Erasmus Amankwa. We make welcome our speakers for today, the Dean of the School of Law, University of Ghana, Professor Raymond Atuguba. Thank you. The CEO of Top Tech and a former DVLA board member, Mr. Cecil Gabra, also joins us. Together with a host of other dignitaries I shall be acknowledging in the course of this great celebration. In moving on, we would like to acknowledge our chairperson for this august event. We're joined by a man who is an embodiment of great success and excellence. He's the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, responsible for academic and student affairs. He's the founding director of the West African Centre for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens and a professor at the Department of Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology at the University of Ghana, Legon. He's also a visiting professor at the Faculty of Health and Life Sciences, Oxford Brookes University, Oxford, UK. He was appointed lecturer at the Department of Biochemistry, University of Ghana in 2002, promoted to senior lecturer in 2011, associate professor in 2015, and professor in 2018. He was head of department in biochemistry from 2013 to 2017. In 2014, however, he led the establishment of WAC-BIP after winning one of the World Bank's African Centers of Excellence grants. Subsequently, this organization has won several other big grants, including a Wellcome Trust Deltas grant, which altogether have secured over 40 million US dollars to the University of Ghana for equipment, infrastructure, and fellowships to about 300 African scientists for master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral training. He has supervised 14 postdoctoral fellows, 20 PhD students, and 23 master students. His research interest is in molecular and cellular aspects of infectious disease in Africa, with specialization in the biology of the malaria parasite Plasmodium falciparum and the pathogenesis of the infections in African children. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, he and his team have played a leading role in Ghana's response by providing research data on seroprevalence and genomic diversity of circulating SARS-CoV-2 virus. He has more than 130 peer-reviewed journal publications in a wide range of journals, including some of the leading infectious diseases and immunology journals. He brings significant experience in university management and governance to our discussion. He is currently I beg your pardon, foundation chair of the Governing Council of the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences in Navrongo, where he's also chairman of the university's Finance Committee. He has previously served on the Governing Council of the University of Development Studies Tamale, where he was also the chairman of the university's Audit Report Implementing Committee. Within the University of Ghana, he has been a member of the academic board and served on the Business and Executive Committee for many years. He has also been chairman, Center Management Committee for WACBIP and member of the Management Committee Board for many other units. He's chaired or served on numerous ad hoc committees at the University of Ghana, including the Search Committee for Vice Chancellor in 2020 and 2021. He's a distinguished fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and the Royal Society of Biology of the UK. For a profile which is as long as Cheddar's dredging of the sea from Accra to Kumasi, I ask that you receive your chairperson for today, yours, the Professor Gordon Awandire, Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana.
Good morning. Okay. The Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Senior Presidential Advisor, the CEO of DVLA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed this morning. It's a great pleasure to represent the management of the University of Ghana to welcome you to this very important function, which we as a university are very honored to host on our campus. As we always say, the University of Ghana is not only Ghana's premier university, but is the nation's hope and glory. And so we provide a platform for rigorous discussions about national issues, and we provide the avenue for exchange of ideas and the development of new ideas for transforming our country. We all appreciate that the reform of our public sector institutions has been one of the major challenges of this country. And not too long ago, DVLA was notorious for being one of the institutions that represented inefficiency in the public sector. Today, we are all proud to see that this institution has, through excellent leadership, re-innovated itself and is now a shining example of how public institutions can work properly. So on this occasion, we want to congratulate DVLA for the progress that they've made and for 25 years of service to the people of Ghana. Indeed, as a university, we have recently launched a new strategic plan. And one of the core priorities of the strategic plan is to increase our partnerships and engagement, particularly with policymakers and public institutions. And today, we are very glad to be part of this function because it's consistent with the vision of the university for the next 5 years in trying to increase the impact of what we do here. 2 years ago, DVLA leadership called on university management and offered that they wanted to engage with university management in a more substantive way. They wanted us to work together to do research that would promote their work, that would increase their efficiency, and also provide services to the university community, including providing driving training to our students so that when they graduate, they not only graduate with the University of Ghana degree, but also graduate with a driver's license, which will improve their prospects for jobs. Since then, we've worked together. University management put together a team working with another team from DVLA, and we've worked together and set up subcommittees which are now working to develop areas for research that the university can support DVLA to produce data that will help in guiding their improvement of services. And so we are very proud of these innovative initiatives from the DVLA. In addition to DVLA, we want to also recognize that a few weeks ago, the Ministry of Finance also engaged the University of Ghana in a dialogue on the state of the economy. And again, that was a forum where we had distinguished speakers from the university and also from the sector. And they had a very constructive dialogue, which led to uh, recommendations that they have shared with the minister. And so today we are taking the turn of the DVLA to have similar discussions and engagement, and hopefully provide insights that will guide their future development. As you have all seen, we have distinguished speakers for today. The Chief Executive of Top Tech, Driving, and then the University of Ghana is matching that with our own Dean of the law school, who is one of our very best on campus. So I believe that we are all ready for a very engaging discussion today. Myself, I traveled and I got back late last night, but I had to be here this morning because I'm very excited about the discussions that we're about to have today. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the University of Ghana, and I am honored to be the chair, and I look forward to very engaging discussions. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to you, Prof. the Chair, for accepting to chair today's event and for underscoring the essence of our theme. As alluded to, our reputation has always been in question, but thanks to the leadership, visionary leadership, innovation, and determination that has enthralled us all and has presented us with credible outcomes as citizens and civil society. Today, we applaud the DVLA because of great strides it has made, and today it is now one of the best, if not the best, public sector institution in Ghana and indeed Africa. This morning, Prof. the Chair, I'm pleased to introduce to you our fearless leader who, through his towering vision of building DVLA's future today, the licensing authority is now rightfully positioned as a critical player in improving economic growth and development in Ghana. DVLA, welcome your own Chief Executive, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman Buzia.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Professor Gordon Awandari, Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, the venerable and insightful members of the DVLA board, the Senior Presidential Advisor, Honorable Yao Safamafo, our noble guest of honor, Professor Stephen Ade, past chief executives of DVLA, the Right Honorable Joseph Osewuzu, Dr. Justice Amagashi, the Dean of Law School, University of Ghana, Professor Raymond Atuguba, the CEO of Top Tech Transport and Logistics Ltd, Mr. Cecil Gabra, the Industrial's Deputy Chief Executive of DVLA, Mr. Prince Edusei, Director General of National Road Safety Authority, Mr. David Adontin, colleague CEOs, heads of managers of various government institutions, former DV Director, I hope he's here, of Finance, Alaji Chumesi, also of driver testing and licensing, Alaji Musa Chu, of vehicle inspection and registration, Mr. George Akom, the laser focus DVLA management and staff, chairpersons and members of various driver unions, managers of private vehicle testing stations and driving schools, distinguished leaders of our country, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather to commemorate 25 years of ingenuity and service at the Driver, Vehicle, and Licensing Authority. We celebrate not just our achievements, but also the limitless possibilities that lie ahead. The anniversary theme, Driving Forward, 25 years of transformation and service, encapsulates the motivational journey of growth, of innovation, and the push for excellence in public service. Some 3 weeks ago, on the 18th of August, to be exact, we celebrated that significant milestone of 25 years of our journey. On this day, a quarter of a century ago, the DVLA came into being, born after weeks of insightful deliberations within the esteemed Parliament of Ghana. As I researched the debate that shaped its inception, I could not help but imagine the weight of responsibility and the high expectations placed upon this new institution. A Chinese novelist, Lu Xun, in 1921, well over 100 years ago, accurately captured the very spirit of DVLA's evolution in his book, My Old Home. In this, he says, hope cannot be said to exist, nor can it be said not to exist. It is just like roads across the earth, for actually the earth had no roads. But when many men pass one way, a road is made. I draw on this quotation today because I'm very grateful and deeply encouraged and humbled each day by the leaders before me. I respect the paths they took and the decisions they made and the projects they installed. I sought to discover what they did, and I found what they did. And simply put, I am because they were. Therefore, allow me to acknowledge these venerable and dignified stalwarts, Mr. Joseph K. Semevo, Dr. Justice Amegashi, Right Honorable Joseph Osewusu, Mr. Rudolph Beckley, and Engineer Noble John Appiah. For those present today, I say to you with the deepest respect, it is because you passed this way, a road has been made for all of us and for Mother Ghana, and in all the all-important transport arena. As we commemorate 25 years of transformation and service at the DVLA, we not only celebrate our past achievements, but also embrace the boundless opportunities that lie ahead. The theme symbolizes our steadfast commitment to advancement, to adaptation, to innovation guided by the principles of integrity, efficiency, and service to our nation. Our anniversary is not just a marker of time, but a testament to the dedication of all who have contributed to DVLA's evolution, from the trailblazers to every individual working behind the scenes who continues to work hard each day to improve and shape our path. Together, we honor our past, celebrate our present achievements, and envision a future where DVLA continues to lead by example in the service of this country. Today, we turn our eyes towards the future. The theme of the public lecture, Navigating the Future, Innovating and Excelling in Public Service. This theme challenges us to reimagine our role in a rapidly evolving world. The landscape of public service is evolving faster than before, driven by technological advancements, changing demographics, innovation, and heightened expectation from the public we serve. Innovation must be at the heart of our strategy and regulation. It is not merely about adopting new technologies, but about harnessing them to enhance efficiency, accessibility, and transparency. From digital transformation initiatives that streamline processes to data-driven insights that personalize services. We must therefore embrace innovation as a catalyst for delivering exceptional service to every Ghanaian. Excellence in public service demands more than efficiency. It requires empathy, integrity, and a commitment to equity. As we navigate the complexities of modern governance, we aspire to reaffirm our dedication to serving every citizen with fairness and respect. Let us bridge the gap between aspiration and achievement, ensuring that every interaction with DVLA reflects our unwavering commitment to excellence. The journey of our organization is one of profound transformation. You would undoubtedly recall, as our chairman alluded to a few years ago, we faced significant challenges, including being labeled among the most corrupt institutions in Ghana by no less an institution than the Ghana Integrity Initiative, Transparency International. This poor image betrayed the good works and the efforts by the authority and its leadership. Management, therefore, took a step back. We strategized, we morphed, we digitized, we transformed. We restructured and digitized our operations and moved from what Transparency International had earlier described in 2016 as one of the most corrupt institutions to be handed a national award from that same organization 3 years down the road as the best in administrative policy reforms in public sector. With hard work led by our Minister for Transport, Honorable Kweku Furiesiama, and a vibrant board chairman, Frank Davis Esquire, and an incredible, venerable board of directors, together with a very smart DVLA management team and a dedicated staff full of ingenuity, we forged ahead with focus. Today, we stand as a budding beacon of integrity and efficiency in public service. Through the relentless commitment to our strategic plan's foundational principles of people, process, and technology, supported with transparency, accountability, and service excellence, DVLA has undergone a remarkable evolution. We have not only reformed our internal processes, but also rebuilt trust with the Ghanaian public. Our efforts have been recognized nationally and internationally, receiving over 85 national awards of excellence, prompting other government agencies in the region to seek mutual collaboration and emulate our practices. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this transformation is not just about changing procedures. It's about fostering a culture of integrity, innovation, and service excellence at every level of our organization. The goal is to reshape DVLA into a model institution, one that serves as a testament to what is possible through dedication and collective effort, embracing best practices, leveraging technology, and prioritizing the needs of our stakeholders. In our ongoing commitment to innovation and service diversification, DVLA has expanded its service offerings to include a new category, research and data services, complementing our existing pillars of driver training, testing, and licensing, as well as vehicle inspection and registration. This new initiative underscores our proactive approach to meet evolving societal needs. It also underlines our foundational legacy of future-proofing our operations and our quest for sustainability and progress. The research and data service at DVLA serves as a vital hub for generating industry-wide insights, fostering evidence-based policy decisions, and driving data services innovations in the transportation sector. It offers critical vehicle and driver-related data services to individuals and to organizations alike. Our objective is to enhance regulatory frameworks, improve service delivery, and contribute to broader national development objectives. We do this with customer service and service excellence as a centerpiece and a driver. As we celebrate 25 years of transformation and service at DVLA, we reflect also on the road traveled, milestones in modernizing driver and vehicle licensing in Ghana. This journey has been marked by significant strides in enhancing accessibility, efficiency, and transparency in our licensing processes, laying a foundation for continued progress. For safety and standards, we are elevating driver and vehicle standards through regulation. This is to remind us of our responsibility to ensure the highest safety standards on our roads. Through rigorous regulations and proactive measures, we uphold safety as a cornerstone of our service to the Ghanaian public. We envision a future where technology transforms how we engage with citizens and stakeholders. This will not only enhance or refine our customer experience, it also sets new benchmarks for service excellence. In conclusion, looking ahead, our path is incandescently clear. We must lead with focus and vision, inspire with purpose, innovate with courage. The challenges ahead are formidable, but so too are the opportunities. Let us harness the spirit of collaboration, forging partnerships that transcend boundaries and empower us to deliver transformative change. As we celebrate 25 years of progress and look forward to the future, let us continue to uphold those sustaining principles and in so doing set new benchmarks for public service in our country, guided by the aspiration to build a strong public institution that is independent and resilient. Together, we can ensure that DVLA remains a pillar of trust, of innovation, of service excellence for generations to come. It is my sincere hope we'll depart from here not only enriched with deeper insights into our industry, but also emboldened to pioneer more transformative initiatives. Let us be inspired by the knowledge we would share today and be empowered to further innovate with a renewed optimism for the future of public service. Together, let us forge ahead with confidence, knowing that through collaboration and commitment, we can continue driving forward towards a brighter tomorrow for road security. Our journey is not defined by necessarily the milestones or even the national awards, but by the overall impact in road security we create. It was Frank Zappa, an American music philosopher, who intuited that without deviation from the norm, progress is not possible. As the winds of change sweep through the automotive landscape, adaptability and innovation become our guiding stars. To thrive amidst these transformations, we must cast away the shadows of complacency and boldly embrace new horizons. Let us continue to push forward with determination and a high sense of innovation, coupled with a steadfast commitment to service excellence. When all is said and done, when all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, your safety, Mr. and Mrs. Ghana, will always remain our concern. Thank you very much.
And this is where DVLA, you rise for your captain. Please put your hands together and let's celebrate our leader of tremendous progress, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman. Please let it be loud. Let it be warm. Please be seated. Many thanks to you, our Chief Executive, for that warm note of welcome, cataloging our several achievements through the years, our evolution, but painting a very beautiful picture of our transformation and calling on us to collaborate to create platforms of excellence in Ghana in the public sector. Today, we're joined by many stakeholders. Allow me to make welcome also in our midst the president of the PVTS, Mr. Sam Liu Ando. A round of applause for him. Thank you very, very, very much. So, we've broken our story into 5 chapters. For the next few minutes, please lend your attention to the screen as we show you the evolution of DVLA. Chapter 1. Clearly, the machines they're operating are not roadworthy. We would have to sort that one out. But let's explore. How many of us drive?
To DVLA.
And
People and license and authority have looked at the years, express more.
that is the purpose of the report.
One person amongst who that's a very examination legislation. Little did I know that the law would fall on me. On 1st May 1998, I was interim chief executive of VELT and at the same time executive director of National Road Safety. I took over finally as a chief executive from 30th September 2000 up to 2002.
I was appointed to head DVLA in March 2002.
I actually had the opportunity to work there from November 2015 to January 2017.
1st May 1998 to 30th September 2000. I was in charge of both National Road Safety Committee and the Vehicle Examination License Division. Eventually, as I was with the Vehicle Examination License Division, we put up proposals for the division to become authority. How did we look at it? I examined the road traffic ordinance. Section 3 states, amongst other things, that the minister may appoint a principal licensing authority and deputy licensing authorities. Until such an appointment is done, the commissioner of police shall be the principal licensing authority, which by my interpretation meant that the commissioner of police is holding that position temporarily on behalf of the principal licensing authority. And then also look at the nature of transport, particularly from the perspective, the regulatory perspective. The transport from the regulatory perspective is both economic and non-economic. Economic entry, exit, merger, expansion, shrinkage, accounting, financial. And when we look at the non-economic, it is safety, health, and environment. The work which VEL does is safety. The work which police do is enforcement of the laws. So I put up a memorandum, more than one memorandum, to the then minister that we have to change the status of the division to authority. And eventually, by Act 569, Driver and Vehicle License Authority, 569, 1999, DVLA was born.
People still refer to us as VELT, even though the law has changed. The new name will not catch it. So we moved into branding. We created a logo, DVLA, and then we printed it on all our official vehicles, and then we changed the stickers showing the DVLA. So within a short period, our new DVLA was emerging. My first experience was the shock that the DVLA board didn't like the idea that a lawyer was being appointed to the DVLA. The first meeting I had with them, when I met with them and I was introduced, they asked me to excuse them. So I left the meeting and went to wait at the minister's office. I was there waiting when I saw them file off. They had closed the meeting without telling me anything. So I was surprised. I'm supposed to be part of this board. But well, subsequently the minister insisted that the presidential appointee, whether you like him or not, you have to win. Then we continued. Then I started looking at the situation. First, I thought that we were not going to be able to do anything unless I was going to ensure discipline. My observation was that too many people were doing anything they wanted. The law had passed. This is what you're supposed to do. They were not bothered by the law. So I first mobilized them and made it clear that this organization will work according to the letter of the law. It's not what anybody wants. Took my time to arrange for them to be trained regularly. They were supposed to be directors for various sectors: driver testing, vehicle testing, administration. But there were none at the time I joined in.
From the chief executive, he went straight to the what do they call him, chief technical officer. Even though the law had set up the directorates, there was none. So I had difficulty setting it up. But I worked with the board, and then we hired the management services division of the head of civil service. They appointed one person. We sat together, went through how we want the system to be set up and who was qualified to come in. At the time I joined DVLA, apart from myself, there were only two other graduates. They were not technical staff, and those graduates were actually being used as clerks, assisting the technicians. And when they called senior officers, the graduates were not called senior officers. So what I did was to bring the two of them from their clerical position, attach them to my office. And I set them up, listen, we have to understand what is going on. First, we work as incidental to our work, there's revenue. So the first thing we did was to set up every day at the end of the work, take all the activity books, how many driver licenses were issued, how many tests were conducted, how many vehicles were tested. For each one of them, the corresponding revenue should come. Incidentally, this was within the first 1 month I took over, and we discovered that nearly half of all the revenue generated was not reported. It was strange. So I called the director of finance and I said, oh no, chief, it cannot be true. It's the Goro boys introduce things. I said, no, if a Goro boy introduces anything, it will not be part of our record. I'm looking at our record book. What my officers have signed off as done. So the revenue must come here. I said, we're arguing with you. I said, look, these two young men did that. Go with them and go through that. Within 30 minutes, they came back. They accepted that, chief, that is true. So I said, well, if that is true, we must find out how come the work is done, money is paid, but it's not coming to the organization. And then, within a month, something happened. But within the after the first day, the losses were reduced by half. By the second day, it was reduced to less than 10%. By the third day, we're getting excess. And that is what it ought to be, because you pay before the services offered or provided. Some people pay for driving tests, but they fail the test. So the money has come, but he will not be given the license, or he will not be issued a certificate. Some vehicles pay for the service, but the vehicle fails the test. So that is ordinarily what it ought to be. At the time I joined, accidentally, there was auditors from the Auditor General also in auditing the books. So when I saw this, I made a report to my minister, I forwarded it to my board, and then just around a month, the Auditor Generals also brought their own findings. It coincided with what we had discovered, and I explained to them what I found. Eventually, I transferred them, and one of them, who was the stores officer, or the bookkeeper, he was sick, but he never recovered. He died. So, from the Auditor General's report, largely it was he who was the person doing that. But because he died, the Auditor General's report reflected that this amount of money was lost, but we couldn't recover it from him. He died. But from that time, my board and I decided that we should bring our own internally recruited people and also computerize our revenue collection. I negotiated with the bank. At that time, there was TTB. Now, defunct, used to the Trust Bank. I negotiated with them, and they brought their own, their members, their staff. They came and set up what we called on-site bank. Every activity had revenue attached to it. Once you type the roadworthiness and type the number of the engine capacity of the vehicle, then the fee you should charge will come.
Unless you charge that much and feed it into the system, you cannot get it back. That was my first experience, and we found a solution to that. But then we saw the challenge. Often, at that time I was very young. I was just 40. So I usually went to the office in suit. I was still a young lawyer. So anytime I'm not in suit, they could not identify me from the crowd. So most of the time.
And that is just the first part of our story, the evolution of DVLA, challenges and solutions. Owner or driver of Toyota Corolla, blue in color and registered GT 864824. You have blocked a number of cars. GT 864824. Owner or driver of Toyota Corolla, blue in color. Prove to us that you did not get your license from a Goro boy. Parkwell. We beg you in all the names of God. For those of you who are laughing, I beg you, how many of us have licenses? How many of us drive? Okay, let's do a little test. When you meet the traffic light, there are three things you should know. Red means, yellow means, green means. This is where we need to revoke your licenses because you got them through Goro Boys. If you had gone through a proper driving school, you would have met this book, which would have told you that red means wait, yellow means stop, and green means you may go if there is space. And so for all of you, you need free SHS. You need to go back. We are pleased today to introduce to you the second CEO of the DVLA, who worked as Executive Director of the National Road Safety Committee, now National Road Safety Commission. In September 2000, he was appointed the Chief Executive of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority. He has written several articles and featured in radio programs on matters relating to safe driving, and also the Technical Director of the Global Road Safety Partnership, Ghana, a non-governmental organization with headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. His book, Safe Driving Rules Off the Road, Explained in 2002, is a bestseller on safe driving. DVLA, welcome back. Your own Chief Executive, Dr. Justice Yao Amagashi.
Explicit services. The DVLA Prestige Center is located at the DVLA head office, Jawal Halal Larry Road, Cantonment, Accra. Our serene and classy environment gives you the comfort and relaxation to enjoy our Prestige services. The Prestige Center provides explicit service which include conversion of foreign driver's license, replacement of missing driver's license, replacement of driver's license with one delinquency, replacement of driver's license with two delinquencies, renewal of driver's license, and international driving.
Good morning, fellow road users. Mr. Chairman, Senior Presidential Advisor, former Chief Executives, distinguished panelists who have been invited for this occasion, fellow road users, it's been a great day for all of us. Mr. Chairman, I thank the board and management and staff for this invitation. I thank you because this is a very important day in the life of the authority. I'm therefore most grateful for the honor done me by extending this invitation to me. I also thank God, the Almighty, that He has granted me life to witness and participate in the celebration of the 25th anniversary. In April 1989, I was appointed Executive Director of the National Road Safety Committee. And in January 1998, the then Minister of Roads and Transport appointed me to chair a 7-member committee to review the driver's license. Hardly did I know that that was my journey to VEL and to DVLA. For we presented a report in March, on 28th March 1998. After reading the report and reviewing the conclusions and the recommendations, he said, that's the late Minister for Roads and Transport, Honorable Salia, Kojo Salia, of blessed memory. He said, amongst you, one of you will be called to go and implement the recommendations that you've made. Hardly did I know that the Lord will fall on me. Why did I say so? At that time, I was the executive director of the National Road Safety Committee since 1989. And I was quite doing well by estimation. As the MC said, I was appearing on radio, TV, writing articles and writing books. Hardly did I know. Then on 30th of April, 1998, the then Chief Technical Officer, JKA Somerville, was retired, and I had my letter to take over from him. And on 30th April, I was at VEL headquarters for the handover notes, and I took over as acting chief executive. Now, between 1998, while being the acting chief executive of DVLA, I started the process for the transformation of Vehicle Examination and License Division into an authority. At that time, we had dual reporting relationship. We reported to both Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Roads and Transport. But then when the act was passed in 1999, that's 30th April, National Road Safety Committee became National Road Safety Commission. And then on 27th August, the VELD, that's Vehicle Examination and License Division, became Driver and Vehicles License Authority on 27th August 1999. Now, Mr. Chairman, distinguished invited guests, road crash occurs as a result of three primary factors. That's the road, the driver, and the vehicle. The breakdown, the disintegration, and the failure in that interactive relationship among these three factors usually lead to road crash. But that is not to say that I'm not unaware of the environmental factors. But for my purpose, I would like to concentrate only on these three primary factors. Why do I say so? I say so because our name is Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority. Now, when we look at the object clause of the authority, that's section 2, it states as follows: the authority shall promote good driving standards and ensure the use of roadworthy vehicles on the road and other public places. So when you look at both our name and the object clause, it stands to reason that onerous responsibilities are put on our shoulder because we are responsible for the road, for the vehicle, and then the driver. Having said so, let us remind ourselves of the words in St. Luke's Gospel, chapter 12, verse 48. The closing statement said as follows: to one who is insured with much, much more will be asked. To one who is insured with much will be asked. And we, as Driver and Vehicle License Authority, we are insured, or we are given responsibilities in respect of the vehicle and then the driver. So we have onerous responsibilities. We cannot fail. Now, Mr. Chairman, when we look at what my colleague had already said, that's the chief executive, but your safety, our concern. Now, when we're about to celebrate our 2009, that's the 10th anniversary, we developed a team called Road Safety is a shared and collective responsibility. Now, in selecting in 2012, the branding of the authority, that is your safety, our concern, we are mindful of the responsibility that is on our shoulder. Now, when we look at our clients, our customers, and the general public, we owe a responsibility to ensure the use of road-worthy vehicles and to ensure safety on the road. So rules, laws, rules and regulations are enacted, developed, introduced and implemented with your safety in mind. For the purpose of this presentation, I'll limit myself to Regulation 1071, which talks about prohibition of the use of mobile phone or cellular phone or any communication device while driving on the road or in any public place. Now, use of mobile phone or use of cellular phone constitute distracted driving, and distracted driving is equally responsible for a number of road crashes and road deaths on the road. So it is your safety that is our concern. That is why we introduce such rules and regulations and laws so that you are always safe on the road. And one of the things that we must always bear in mind is that it is verifiable truism that when vehicles population, national growth of population of vehicles is between over 10% annually, there is bound to be an increase in road crash unless there is conscious effort to maintain sustainable improvements, sustainable measures. Having said that, let me conclude by mentioning some of the things that we have to do as we navigate towards the Golden Jubilee. That's from now to 25. And then when we look at the theme for the celebration, navigating the future, on this occasion of this anniversary, I urge you all to remain committed to the vision of becoming a world-class licensing authority, delivering exceptional services and promoting road safety. Thank you.
Put your hands together one more time for our past chief executives, two-time chief executive. Please put your hands together. We thank you ever so much for that warm goodwill message, Dr. Justice Amagashi. My uncle, if you don't know, he's a lecturer, he's a lawyer. So if you give him the space, he'll deliver a lecture. But today we're also joined by one past CEO who served with distinction, and today he's honored to be the first deputy speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. Please welcome your own, the Right Honorable Joseph Osei-Wusu.
Transactions in all DVLA centers across the country. What this means is that if you come in to register your vehicle, you end up with a title like this, a card like that. Very simple compared to the earlier system where you ended up with the phone.
Thank you very much. Professor Chairman, Senior Advisor, Professor Adai, Chief Executive, kindly permit me to continue on the existing protocols. It is with deep honor and a sense of nostalgia that I stand before you today as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the almighty DVLA. The milestone is not just a testament to the longevity of an institution, but a celebration of its journey, its evolution, and its commitment to public service. Today, we honor not only the institution, but also the countless individuals whose dedication and hard work have brought us to this momentous occasion. During my tenure as CEO, we faced numerous challenges and milestones that shaped the DVLA's evolution. I am particularly proud of the transformation we have achieved in enhancing operational efficiency and quality. I recall when I assumed office in 2002, the total staff strength was 202. And out of the 202, there are only 2 graduates. I saw Kafui this morning when I arrived here. He was one. Another one. Implying that less than 1% of the staff were graduates. Today, I'm reliably informed that over 90% of the 740 hardworking staff are graduates of various qualifications and professional accreditations. This is a testament to DVLA's commitment to professional development and excellence. Today, as we celebrate DVLA's achievements, we also celebrate the dedication and hard work of the men and women who have been the driving force behind its success. Their commitment to public service has been instrumental in shaping DVLA into the reputable institution it is today. The theme of today's lecture, Navigating the Future, Innovating and Excelling in Public Service, resonates deeply with the values that have guided DVLA Ghana through its journey. It challenges us to embrace innovation, adapt to change, and uphold the highest standard of integrity and transparency in our operations. I'm deeply honored to witness DVLA Ghana's continued growth and success. As we look to the future, let us reaffirm our commitment to excellence and service to our nation. Together, we can navigate the challenges ahead with resilience and determination, ensuring that DVLA remains a beacon of efficiency and innovation in Ghana's public sector. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Chief Executive and all the staff on the 25th anniversary. I thank you all very much.
You can do better than that. For the first Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, MP for the Kwai, our past Chief Executive, the Right Honorable Joseph Osei-Wusu, thank you very much for that goodwill message. To think that both of you are retired and you still have so much to offer is not fair. But like the good old Robert Mugabe says, in Africa, our elders don't retire. Even when they die, we call on them to work as ancestors. We shall call upon you. This is where we celebrate in music and dance. Please put your hands together for the Ghana Dance Ensemble as they treat us to delectable music and dance. distinguished guests, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament has to make way to Parliament. We shall now observe some photos and continue with the rest of the deliberations. Respectfully, I invite you to the front. Let's have the 25th anniversary logo. Makunaho, Ghana Dance Ensemble. Let's have music. The first photo will be with all our speakers and all our distinguished guests. The second will be with the current chief executive and past chief executives. The last will be with board members present. And this is how the good people from Gambaga to Accra express their delight and appreciation of your service to the nation. DVLA. Oh, what's your motto? DVLA. Oh, come on. DVLA. DVLA. This is us. A round of applause in celebration of 25 years of excellence. We're joined by two men who are supremely qualified to team navigating the future service, giving their exceptional service and excellence they've brought to bear in both private and the public sector. The first is an astute academic and leadership expert. Ladies and gentlemen, what he has done at GIMPA remains a testament to be told for many generations yet unborn. Would you please make welcome a true national treasure, Professor Stephen Ade.
Professor, senior colleague, when we were working in the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, then called Capital Investment Board. He was my director, Honorable Safumaf. I like to acknowledge him in that sense rather than being a presidential advisor, which is for a season. He's my boss forever. And when we stepped down, because I must always do my protocol duties. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and profound gratitude that I've been associated with this 25th anniversary of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority of Ghana to celebrate a period of excellence and sterling contribution to our country. 25 years ago, the DVLA was constituted with a mission to enhance road safety, streamline vehicle registration, and uphold regulatory standards. That came at the back of a long history of vehicle registration in Ghana dating back to 1903, according to my research. That's the first time. Over the last 25 years, however, we have seen some great strides. Let me say that being part of your silver jubilee, which has not been mentioned, this is 25 is silver jubilee, kicks off jubilee celebrations in my own life. Ghana Christian International High School will be celebrating 25 years. And my wife and I will be celebrating our golden jubilee, being married to the best woman God made. With all apologies to the other women. I've had some history with DVLA because though he's not here today, let us is noble appear. We live together, close to each other. We eat sometimes together. I won't tell you other things we do together. Joe Weiss and I come from about only 15 miles apart, knowing him for many years. And I was privileged to have him and Honorable Barbin as students when I introduced the Governance and Leadership Masters Program in Gimpa. I will leave you to choose which one you want to. However, my closest relationship with DVLA took place under a man I describe as having twice the brain of his body. The time he's going to lay out his strategic vision and plan to his senior management. I felt a bit flattered, though inconvenient. I was in Takoradi, and eventually I had to drive myself throughout the night to Segakope to have the meeting. And he followed it up also with my inviting me to Segakope again to facilitate governance training for his board. And that came the relationship which has lasted for almost 8 years, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. What I did not expect is that after this, he invited me to become his advisor. I said, this young man is very bold. He wanted me, which though flattered, I declined. And I told him the reason, and I want to say it again. I said, young man, from the vision you have shared, you are a story. It will take the shine from you. People will assume, so far, without me, I think I deserve to be paid being a prophet. So please, my assistant, send them the bill for 350,000 for prophecy. It is therefore my singular honor to congratulate the board, the CEO, and staff at DVLA for well-deserved Silver Jubilee anniversary. As someone who was a public servant, both national and international, I taught part-time 7 years in the University of Ghana also, before Professor got his first degree. I was teaching here since 1973. But always a public servant, the Commonwealth, the United Nations, GIMPA, till I retired. I want to use this opportunity to share some thought. I believe that one of the successes of DVLA has been the relatively low level of political interference in allowing Kwesi to lead this organization, even though I say this with a tongue in the cheek, since for some other reasons unknown to me, the minister and the board chairperson are not here. But I want to say that the bane of the public service in Ghana has been the appandering, one way or the other, corruption, all of which I trace to bad political leadership. I have always maintained that leadership is cause, everything else is effect, which, interestingly, globally, I happen to be the first person to have made that statement. So anytime anybody uses it, they should bring royalty. I get worried that a mentor is done about the public sector so that we have many DVLA stories. We have nowhere in terms of the future for this country. In the economy, to what we are here to hear, 20 to have a full 8-hour economy. Because if Ghana were working for full 8 hours, we should have twice our national income. So talking about 24 hours, 3 shifts is a nice slogan, but it's, so far as the future is concerned, it's absolutely useless. Again, you hear about, it is possible without being told what is possible. I wish someone will outline steps as to the next few years, how to grow our haircut, how to solve the hopeless. I hope Otunfo Asantehene, in his sterling leadership, currently, I live, my house is a few yards, meters. That shows yards means how young I am. A few meters from the Jimmy River. The Jimmy River is the one that supplies water to the whole of metropolitan Obuasi. That river is being totally destroyed, and at its head, waters, the Galamsey activities is so bad, and my house is less than 500 meters from there. And interestingly, the Omaihene of Adansi Traditional Council lives only about 200 meters from me. I believe that these are some of the things. Galamsey is a reflection of leadership failure in this country. I was talking to somebody this weekend, and the president has emergency powers, and all earth-moving things should be taken out and dealt with. And how those young men and women be encouraged and trained. Of course, they can go back into mining, but at least not at the expense of the lifeline of Ghanaians. I believe that over the decades, what they must be seen in the management of our environment, in the management of our resources. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, honored officials, the last quarter of a century, the DVLA has shown that doing something differently is possible and results can be achieved. And therefore, I salute all the past leaders and the current ones and all the staff for their tireless effort in making sure that DVLA becomes a positive element in the transformation of Ghana. Of course, as we celebrate the achievements, it is also important that we acknowledge that this is not a resting place. There are still some challenges and lessons to be learned. Yes, DVLA, for example, has to adapt to the emerging IA so that the technology that they have started with will not atrophy. but move on with the times. We still know that there are pockets of Goro boys because where I live, I often pass by in front of your new office, and the actions are going on still. Still, occasionally, people are able to sidestep the process and get a license. So, and I wonder why every now and then we have to go to the DVLA office to have just a sticker put at the back of your license. Not test. If you want a fee, there's a much more easier way to collect the fee than everybody having to troop to a DVLA license. That if you have a license, every 2 years you pay this amount because when you go, you are not tested. So there are few things that I hope Honorable Busia will make sure the future will be better than the past. Not being a specialist, technical person, I asked Artificial Intelligence Licensing Authority, and I was surprised that I learned a few. First, online registration, digital license, automation of processes, e-payments, and the rest. And I was so glad that our DVLA, if it were going to be graded as we professors are paid to do, you will be in an A- category. As you commemorate this anniversary, it is essential to recognize the DVLA, and I was so proud that the chief executive did a good job. As an institution, it is only strong as its people. I'm particularly proud of having witnessed DVLA develop a strategic plan, then dubbed double, and they doubled productivity in 2 years. This transformative initiative not only enhanced operational efficiency, but strengthened their commitment to continue. May you live to the theme of today, navigating the future, innovating and excelling in public service. And that when I join you in your golden jubilee at 50, and some people are laughing, I may come to your funeral. My father died at 115, and I'm just hoping I could just exceed him by only 5 years. In conclusion, fair appreciation to all who have contributed to DVLA's success over the last 25 years. Your dedication and hard work have been the driving force. Congratulations. And I decided not to mind the MC as he came here because he's of the same age as my last born.
Ladies and gentlemen, the quintessential Professor Stephen Ade. Wow. Prof, as usual, will come with commendation. He'll come with some admonitions, come with many recommendations. But thank God today, the questions he's asked us are not 170 like what Vice President Baumia to. Please enjoy.
And licensing authority has over the years expressed what
is the purpose of the group? One person amongst you will go and get VELT, that's a vehicle examination licensing. Little did I know that the Lord will fall on me.
Look at our infrastructure to deal with those things. But I think that looking at what we made, look at our asset sheets and what we made and what we have, that helps like be able to certify in terms of our buildings and other things. If you look at the new regions that we've created, we need to put services or offices in all regional offices. We have not been able to, but the government be able to. We have been able to close down because of this mobile service system that we have, and because of
take driver's license, for instance, handwritten driver's license. People have to queue as early as 6 a.m. to be called. So if we didn't come to DVLA at that time, we didn't come to Vel between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., you will not get your license process for the day. So between that time, someone will come, mention the names of those whose licenses have been processed and ready to be issued. Once you get a card, you will now leave the card and someone will come and hand the cards. They look at where we are. You come, you don't need to bring pictures, we capture you, produce the license, even in the same day.
Went for them to say from the same day to say in 30 minutes, you're going to get your license.
I challenge anyone going to the records all over the world. There is no driver licensing authority which can process licenses within a maximum period of 25 to 30 minutes. Nowhere in this world, and I mean nowhere in this world.
We moved away from just the product into also providing ambience, that environment that shows respect, that shows collaboration, that shows some level of camaraderie between DVLA and its clients. What we established at the Prestige Center was another way to communicate how we value clients when they come to us for services.
Remember the instance where you put the application, it goes into a black hole. You never know what happened to your driver's license. We were changing that. We're prepared to have a new card, not just a TVC card, but a biometric card that can be identified with the owner or the carrier of the car. One that is not easily duplicated by the Goro community.
It's only in Ghana that the DVLA has been able to establish that. So of course, that is a remarkable. Let's say we have been joking and not priding ourselves too much. With at least ourselves.
The introduction of technology in business processes brought a lot of convenience and redefined how we engage our, particularly our stakeholders.
And with new technologies, we're able to fish out people who license. Go out for creators, wherever you come to our terminals, one of our responsibilities is to make sure that you have a genuine license, so that when there's anything amiss, you'll be able to treat wherever you are.
Presently, we are deploying the registration system to bring services very close to the doorstep of our.
Once we start becoming efficient, using technology, changing the manual system, improving our processes, and taking care of our people because it's manually done, it's done through the system. We notice the tapering off of the influence of Goro. We're not interested in eliminating Goro people. Are you chasing them to the police station or running them up? No. The decision is, if you do the work you're supposed to do efficiently, you eliminate them accordingly. Because of the impact of what we're doing, Goro had a lawyer, right? Just an indication of the success we're beginning to chalk on this journey. Our customers began to testify for what they were saying. We began to hear the media talk about DVLA, a new era.
We've also introduced the digital drivers vehicle lab.
And so a resounding round of applause for our beautiful success we've chalked up to now. I think I saw a board member, Mr. Emmanuel Ohene Yabua, here with us. Is he here with us? Oh, please, a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. Let me acknowledge with gratitude the former CEO of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Dr. Edward Kwapong. Thank you for joining us also. And so we've heard about our past. We've come to understand our present. Shortly, we shall be showing the last lap of our documentary, which is focused on the future. Here to do justice by wrapping up our theme for today, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority 25th Anniversary Lecture, Navigating the Future Service, is a man who needs very little introduction. He has assumed several notable roles in the private sector and in government. Please make welcome yours and mine, the Senior Presidential Advisor to the President of our Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Yao Osafo Mapo.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman and Board of Directors of DVLA, Professor Adai, who, as he said, once worked for me at Capital Investments Board. And he grew hair whiter than mine, but I'm trying to catch up with him, even though I'm much, much older. Friends of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I came close to the DVLA in recent times because the World Bank had done a study before I was appointed as senior minister on improving services provided to the public and to the private sector. And certain institutions were to be selected to benefit from a World Bank loan or grant. And naturally, when you look at those providing services to the private sector and the public sector, etc., one of the institutions which readily comes to mind is DVLA. Ghana's main means of transport is road. Rail system is not that developed here as we have in Europe. So DVLA was selected to benefit from this World Bank facility. And it was put under me to manage the public sector reform secretariat. So naturally, I have to get close to them. The passport office was included, birth and death registry was included. The idea is that governance, meaning providing services to your people. And it is important that you provide these services efficiently. And these days, when we talk about efficiency, it means modernizing, digitalizing, removing a lot of the human interaction from providing service so that you also minimize corruption. Because if you provide service such that you don't get in touch with many people, you minimize corruption. And since then, I've come close to DVLA, and we have assisted through the World Bank to modernize the whole of DVLA. And I believe by perhaps in 5 years' time, DVLA will not only be the best in West Africa, but the best in Africa. Because they also have good leadership at the moment. And it's good that that coincidence has come, that the time you are getting financing for modernization, you have good leadership. So taking the two together, I can only say, I wish DVLA the best of luck. I'm happy that I'm associated with the Silver Jubilee of DVLA. It is therefore with immense pride and gratitude that I'm here today to be part of the ceremony to mark the 25th anniversary of Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA. And as Professor Dai said, the Silver Jubilee. This milestone is not just a testament to the longevity of institution, but a celebration of its journey, its evolution, and its commitment to public service. Over the past quarter century, the DVLA has grown from humble beginning into a cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, playing a pivotal role in ensuring the safety and efficiency of our transportation system. And in fact, our main means of transportation, that's the road sector. Today, we honor not only the institution, but also the countless individuals whose dedication and hard work have brought us to this memorable occasion. Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the current leadership of the DVLA, distinguished guests, industry experts, and all stakeholders present here today. Your dedication and contribution have instrumentally shaped DVLA and brought it to its current first-class institution in this country. Let me make special mention of the Honorable Kweku Ofori Esiama, the Minister for Transport, Frank Davis Esquire, the Board Chair, and the visionary CEO, Cedi Conference, for the consistency in ensuring DVLA rises as a shining star
in public service delivery in this country. Special recognition must be given to the visionary leadership and the CEOs who have guided the DVLA through various phases of growth and transformation. Their foresight and commitment have laid a strong foundation upon which the institution continues to build what I would call a modern system for providing a very important service to the Ghanaian community. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the DVLA staff, whose day-to-day work ensures that their services remain reliable, accessible to all Ghanaians. I was so impressed when I visited their offices to deliver to them World Bank funded new equipment. What impressed me most was the orderliness that I saw arrangements and the neatness of the place. You look on the ground, you look on the walls, and it's packed clean. And I said, who is running this place? You don't go to these type of service delivery institutions and see the place so spark clean. DVLA today is that spark clean. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, as part of my responsibility of public sector reform, with a special interest in the DVLA, I've witnessed firsthand the changes and triumphs that have marked DVLA's path. I have just started a second discussion with the World Bank to finance some of these institutions. And the first institution I mentioned for a second phase of support was DVLA. Because of my own experience with them. So I mentioned specifically two institutions, DVLA and the Passport Office. These institutions have had a remarkable change which has reflected on their service to the Ghanaian community. And as a government, you are responsible for providing service. And the efficiency with which you provide service is what describes the government as good or bad. If people need passport and they go through a hell before they come for a passport, which is their right as Ghanaians, it's not the best. If people spend very little time, everything goes smoothly, and you get these services, passport, license, birth certificate, these are services every government provides. And people should access them, people should have them without any difficulty. So let us all, the public, always pay for institutions like DVLA so that they will continue to deliver the service that we desire. We would look for funds, equip them and modernize them such that they provide the service that we as Ghanaians deserve. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for today's lecture, Navigating the Future, Innovating and Excelling in Public Service, is both timely and visionary. It calls upon us to reflect on our past achievements while looking forward to the future with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. In the era where the pace of technological advancement is unprecedented, it is crucial that we remain agile and forward-thinking. This theme encourages us to embrace change. And once you are providing service, you must always have at the back of your mind change. And it's not change for change's sake, change for better, so that you provide the service in a more holistic, faster, and digitalized, so that you remove human intervention as much as possible, as I mentioned. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, innovation is the lifeblood of progress. In the realm of public service, it is the key to enhancing efficiency, transparency, and accessibility. DVLA's adoption of digital platforms for vehicle registration and driver licensing is a prime example of how innovation
can transform public service delivery. These advancements have not only streamlined its business processes, but have also significantly reduced the burden of our citizens. And now people talk very well of DVLA. Congratulations. In leveraging technology, DVLA has been able to provide faster, more reliable services, reduce wait time, and improve overall customer satisfaction. Furthermore, these innovations have enhanced its ability to collect and analyze data, leading to more informed decision-making and better resource allocation. DVLA, of course, these have also improved their revenue, because once you provide the service faster, better, you are likely to improve your revenue, and they have. I'm happy to note that DVLA was part of the selected entities in the second round of the World Bank scheme to benefit from a second tranche of a World Bank loan and grant. And the idea is that the support to DVLA was under the component improving efficiency, accountability, and citizens' engagement in the delivery of selected services. And on the first round, the World Bank ranked how the DVLA and these other institutions, there were 9 of them, have utilized the first tranche. And I would say that the World Bank was very satisfied with the way DVLA had gone around using the first tranche. The support improved the service of DVLA, reducing the time to register vehicles by streamlining vehicle inspection and registration processes and systems. The project also supported DVLA in implementing capacity building, including training and knowledge sharing, to improve DVLA technical capability for driver training, testing, and licensing for vehicle inspection and registration. The recognition that is accorded to Ghanaian license is also relevant. Now, all over the world, particularly in Europe, you hold Ghana driving license. You don't need to take the driving license examination of Germany. The Ghana driving license is automatically recognized as being proficient enough and being of European standard. And I think this is good. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, excellence in public service is not a destination, but a continuous journey. It requires a commitment to integrity, accountability, and a relentless focus on the needs of the people we serve. DVLA's efforts in improving road safety standards, ensuring compliance with regulations, and providing exceptional customer service are commendable. These initiatives have set a benchmark for other public institutions to follow. The authority's commitment to excellence is reflected in its ongoing efforts to train and develop staff, to implement best practices, and engage with community. This will ensure that every interaction with the DVLA is a positive and a productive experience for our citizens of this land. Future vision. As we navigate the future, Mr. Chairman, we must embrace the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. The integration of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the Internet of Things will further enhance the capabilities of public sector institutions. And I charge the DVLA to take giant steps in this regard. They should go in always for the latest in technology and in digitalization. These technologies will enable public sector institutions to provide more personalized and efficient services, improve data security, and foster greater trust with the public. I envision a future where the DVLA is at the forefront of innovation, setting new standards for public service delivery in this country. We can ensure that the DVLA remains a leader in the field and a model for other institutions to emulate. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I urge all stakeholders to continue supporting DVLA in its mission to innovate and excel. Let us work together to build a future where public service is synonymous with excellence, where every citizen has access to efficient and transparent services, and where the DVLA remains a beacon of progress and integrity. Your support and collaboration are essential to its success. Let us work together. In doing so, we can overcome any challenges that arise out of our operations. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, as we celebrate this remarkable milestone, let us remember that this journey is far from over. The road ahead is filled with possibilities, and it is up to us to seize them. Together, we can navigate the future with confidence, innovate, and purposefully commit and push such that we always come tops when we talk about our equivalents in other parts of the world. The achievements of our past 25 years are a testament to what we can accomplish when we work together towards a common goal of excellence. As we look to the future, let us be inspired by our past successes and be motivated by the potential that lies ahead of us. The service we provide to this country is important because the road means of transport remains our number one means of transportation. And the improvement on it, the safety and things connected with road transport must continuously be improved. Mr. Chair, I declare DVLA Ghana's 25th anniversary public sector officially open, and I look forward to the insightful discussions and collaborations that will emerge from today's event. And I hope I will be given a copy of the decisions will be made out of the various discussions. I'm interested. Thank you very much, DVLA.
One more time, let's hear it for our guest of honor, former senior minister and now senior presidential advisor to the President of our Republic, the Honorable Yao Safumafo. Thank you for those nuggets that you shared with us, chief amongst them being excellence in public service is not a destination, it's a journey. And so we have, in the spirit of innovation, broken our theme into three sectors. We're not going to have one lecture. We're going to have three presentations that will feed into one theme. We're going to dwell on digital horizons, the role of technology in changing the future of service, public and private. We're also going to explore the road travel milestones in modernizing driver and vehicle licensing in Ghana. And finally, safety and standards, elevating driving and vehicle standards through regulation. Are we ready? Oh, come on, are we ready? Okay. Is my advert ready?
Issue smart driver's licenses and vehicle registration.
Biometric license for drivers is set to be introduced in the country.
With this, fortunately, the Guru boys have disappeared.
follow my system. This is how the system is what the bus station. Then the news of
vehicle registration system to enhance means that you can say, okay, don't have any more corruption at the TVLA.
growing the mark, come down. No technology is part of our agenda because that is where the world is going. I think that you'll be able to DVLA has for several hours. What kind of can you notice what the thing that we are doing? Our vehicle registration system has changed. You are not going to carry this on your head. Documentation, you need to limit it. So people are looking at it. Even our issue of land sale regime is something that people are looking at it. Yes, revenue system may not necessarily be compact, it may not necessarily be tight. At least you will know some of the gaps, leakages, and other things are concerned. Going forward, we are looking even how to replace this DPLA system with technology.
We are trying to get to a stage where almost
we're changing license plates. This idea of having license plates that are car within months, they're fading, or any little accident is so malleable that it's not resilient to what happened. We are bringing more securitized license plates that we can identify with the driver, that we know when the cameras scan your driver's license, we know, or license plates, sorry, we know exactly who's the owner of that vehicle. And it takes time. But we have the plates in the country as we're talking right now, securitized, just getting to the execution stage. These are the steps that we're taking. If you see cameras across the big cities, Accra, elsewhere, it's not for nothing. You know, as in other jurisdictions, as you drive past, you think you're speeding or run a red light. Well, DVLA knows who you are. You get a love letter in the mail to appear in court. We are syncing up the court system. It used to be where somebody would go to court, the driver's license is suspended, he just comes to DVLA, gets another license, start driving around. It's not going to happen anymore. So these are measures that we're putting in place to make it more secure, safer for driver and vehicle in the community. Also looking into things like what they call a third license plate. What does that mean? You purchase a vehicle, you have an identity already, meaning your VIN number, chassis number is identity number one. The license plate is number two. Now, DVS issues you the license plate. It should notice was given to your public. This license plate, this chassis number, this vehicle. There's a third one. So when law enforcement stops you, there's a sticker that will be on your vehicle that can apply to both your chassis number and your license plate number. All three should be uniform. If not, something is wrong, it will be investigated. That third license plate is saying that chassis number responds to this vehicle. And so the chassis number, the license plate number, and the third license should all. The reason it used to be where the plate could be removed from a vehicle and put on another vehicle. The third license plate sticker, as soon as you try to remove it, it self-destructs anyway. So when the law enforcement stops, all three things should match up. There's something that when marriage investigation to look at it and understand. So we're making it, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you have nothing to be afraid of. If you're not, you do have something to be afraid of.
One of the things that we're working with is to develop products and services, again, that will meet the needs of students in the tertiary institution.
Now, towards offering effective service delivery system to our people. What is it?
We are talking about electric cars. We're talking about electric trains. We are talking about the all-evolving artificial intelligence-driven cars.
There's vehicles that we have here, you know, but we have about 3,000 electronic vehicles or more in the country right now. Well, they don't have to be charged at some point. They have to be, otherwise they will not be able to survive. Individuals may have it. You're going to see these 4 stations overtaken by charging stations. Question that becomes,
Do we have it back? What will be the state of DVLA in the next 25 years? We need money involved. We need technology to be involved. So we need to prepare ourselves. Today, everybody is congratulating us. What will be our fate tomorrow?
Here's the question of all of us asking ourselves. Those who thrive and strive on technology, thinking that is what would save this world, should also be thinking of the fact that our human space gradually would be erased. And almost everything we're dreaming to be, that would be something, especially for a developing country like Ghana.
Within the past 25 years, the authority has made significant strides that require us to bring the world our story. And how best to tell our story than to celebrate the occasion and mark it with various activities that would sell the authority out, that would tell everybody what we have achieved over the past 25 years, especially with regards to our operations. We have moved from various operational challenges that clients of the authority encountered to this present time where people can sit in their homes and just apply for a DVLA service. And voila, they are there. Digitalization has been a hallmark over the past few years. We have done so much that require everybody to hear us and listen to us and perhaps learn from some of the things that we have done. Even when you come home to our own staff, we have done a lot to enhance the quality of life of our own staff, far beyond what most expected. And all of this has happened within these few years. And we think that if we do not say what we have done, nobody will say it for us. And so we need to celebrate this occasion to let the world appreciate some of the things that, especially under this current management, led by Mr.
We've gone through a lot. We've gone through a lot from the global system into technological development, some form of change. I think all of us should pride ourselves with what it is that we are doing.
This organization has grown from just being a department under the Ministry of Transport and Communication at the time to an authority that today people are looking to and also trying to emulate what I have seen. Very growth, which I'm proud of that. Very people who came in that I came to meet are not the same people now.
It's been very satisfying indeed to join the hardworking men and women here at DV offering impeccable services.
We have done very well. Today, we can beat our chests and say proudly and loudly that this era of boys and girls is long gone. We have released them out of the system. We have to be proud and celebrate.
We are talking about institution in Ghana, award and reward. Currently, DVLA is counted to be one of them. And I think that's a result of the leadership, the past and present, and also the staff, the dedication and commitment staff. I really commend them.
LA in the coming years as a highly people-centered and technology-driven institution with well-minded systems and processes that deliver exceptional services consistently to our clients. An organization that is run by highly motivated and empowered individuals who take personal responsibility for customer satisfaction and prioritize the needs of our stakeholders and the general public.
We should not forget our mandate. And what is our mandate? To ensure use of roadworthy vehicles on roads and public places. So if that is our mandate, we must do everything to make sure that we achieve.
Actually, the DVLA that they can be up and doing. As a leader of the National Road Safety Authority, a member of the DVLA board, I will ask nothing more from the DVLA staff
and remaining committed to the leadership and also to the job of ensuring safety on the road.
So 25 years has been a remarkable journey in the life of DVLA, looking at the transformation over the period. It came through hard work, resilience, innovation, and the use of digital technology. And so, in as much as we're celebrating our 25 years, we want to use the opportunity to wish our clients in particular, our stakeholders that we've been doing business with for the period, and then most importantly, staff members, our hardworking staff members who have made this. So we look forward to another exciting year ahead of us, raising digital technology and moving to fourth industrial revolution.
We've come a long way in our effort to build sustainable, efficient entities. But the result of that is your effort. The outcome is your effort. We have to continue to improve, to look into the future, leverage the people, process to make sure, to ensure. Work too hard. We have another 25 years to work on. It all depends on the basis of what we have been able to capture. Your help, people. Continue as management to help you and improve your welfare. Make sure that we leave you better than we found it. But we depend on you to hold hand as a family to move forward. I can tell you, there were years gone by where the people looking to get in, employees, were all over the place. Now you go through onboarding. We are strictly vetted, and you become a member of this family. It's a happy time. It's more smiling it's several years ago. But the sustainable that depends on us, you know, as employees to continue to do this, not just for us, for our beautiful country. So see you in another 25 years.
Authority, DVLA, the best award in public sector leadership in innovation and technology.
And that, Prof. Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is DVLA in its entirety. Put your hands together one more time as we celebrate a public service sector of excellence. And so now we go into future matters. We're going to dwell on digital horizons, the role of technology in changing the future of service, both in the public and the private sector. We're joined by the Margins Group, a leading provider of identification, data, and transaction solutions in Africa and beyond. Its CEO has, for the past 3 decades, been a man of entrepreneurial experience and has transformed a $100 investment into a multi-million-dollar corporation with a global footprint and a social impact. He is a skillful negotiator, strategic thinker, and relationship builder who has established a win-win partnership with both private and public organizations in various sectors and markets, committed to the Margins Group's vision to be a global leader in identification, data, and transaction solutions. We would have loved to have him here, but in his stead, he's replaced by a colleague of his. Would you please make welcome? One minute. That was a little commercial break. Please bear with us. In the stead of Mr. Moses Baden, we're joined by Mr. Andrew Asamoah from Margins. Please welcome him warmly with a round of applause. Mr. Asamoah, you have your presentations on the big screen and on the monitor. You want to use this one? You want to just talk? No.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm here to represent Margins Group on the theme of the role of technology in shaping the future of service. A little about the Margins Group, but before that, I would like to congratulate DVLA for 5 years, and that we are also very proud and grateful to be partner to DVLA on. The Margins Group is an IT services company which has a focus on identity, secure document production, and digitalization. We produce various systems such as vehicle and driver license platforms, data warehousing, document digitalization solutions, access control, and biometric enrollment and verification platforms. Our investment so far to support our chief amongst those is having a factory that produces secure documents and is certified up to printing money, which is called the Intergraph standard. We have a variety of customers, government customers, as well as private customers within the country. During our time at DVLA, we have been honored to be part of some of the awards which DVLA have won. These include customer service delivery in the public sector, best use of information technology to drive information, ICT service delivery and information award, outstanding innovation for vehicle registration award, and best state-owned enterprise in customer experience. Today, within the global technology landscape, we stand at the cusp of the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, where digital technology is reshaping industries globally. Countries ready for this transformation are investing in digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, and human capital development. A strong national identity system, robust data governance, and a commitment to innovation are key indicators of this readiness. Institutions like DVLA have demonstrated their readiness by evolving its processes and collaborating with tech companies like Margins ID Group to create the foundation for innovation and connection with other organizations and people within this environment. The relationship of DVLA and Margins ID Group goes back 10 years. During this time, we have assisted DVLA in producing the driver's license card and also the smart biometric cards at our factory, which is based on the Spintex Road. We have also assisted DVLA in its digitization journey by scanning almost 16.8 million documents that relate to 2.8 million vehicles since 1975. We have also created a data warehouse for data analytics and tracking of vehicle ownership. Included in this is a disaster recovery system in the event that there are any challenges with the production environment, and is part of the DVLA 360 project. It is well known that the impact of manual have a negative effect on processes within any organization, and they are the bane of fraud and hamper progress within any organization's processes. As part of our remit in the registration system and the new driver's license system, we were charged to integrate the National Identification Authority to the DVLA processes to enhance the identification of all customers that are taking up these services, to eliminate identity fraud and to make sure that DVLA is fully aware of the people that they are dealing with. When we look at the processes that have been, the new processes that DVLA have implemented, which are built on the foundation of the digitization, you find that that improves the convenience for the customers. It has improved integration with some of the DVLA stakeholders, such as customs, to enable the vehicle registration system to pool the necessary data of all imported vehicles, and also to identify which vehicles have any tax exemptions which are allowed in the process of the vehicle registration. The data that is collected in these systems improves road safety by allowing DVLA and its stakeholders to connect to DVLA system to clearly identify the identity of the vehicle and the ownership, and also the driver's license of the drivers involved within any accidents. As I've already mentioned, the DVLA 360 project, which is the foundation of the changes at DVLA in a technical sense, has some of the features are listed below. We have a centralized data storage, which means that none of this data is kept outside of Ghana. Everything is under the control of DVLA. We have a comprehensive vehicle mapping. DVLA can instantly find out where any vehicle has been registered, its transfer history, and when it finally comes off the road. All of this information is instantly available today. As I said, we've also done a biometric integration. All vehicle registration services and driver license services come with a biometric integration to NIA, thus removing the prospect of identity fraud. We have also created a foundation for data harmonization with other essential services such as the police, banks, and any other organizations that require information relating to vehicle and driver license processes. The diagram on the screen, I think I'm running quite a bit ahead of the slides. Okay. The diagram on the screen is a pictorial representation of the DVLA 360 system. At the center of the diagram, there is the central system, which is labeled as the data warehouse. This data warehouse interacts with the vehicle registration system, which is also have been fed with the digitization of the vehicle documents, which is allowing for already registered vehicles to be easily accessed within the vehicle registration system. There is also the personalization of the smart commercial driver's license, which will soon come into effect, and smart learner's driver license. There is a foundation for third-party interaction with DVLA, as I've already mentioned, with banks, police, any other services that require interaction with DVLA. There will also be a vehicle enforcement, a technological vehicle enforcement system that will allow DVLA to assist the police to interrogate vehicles and drivers on the road. The integration with NIA has streamlined identification. It has helped to improve the processes within DVLA's numerous vehicle and driver registration services, and has also improved security with encrypted data transfer and secure IT infrastructure to protect against cyber attacks. The future of technology in public service. DVLA has a model for other public institutions looking to leverage technology for better service delivery. Emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, and IoT, Internet of Things, can further enhance efficiency. The partnership between DVLA and Margins ID Group demonstrates the power of collaboration in driving digital transformation. Looking ahead, there are many opportunities for further digitization and innovation in public services, and DVLA is well positioned to continue leading the way in this digital transformation and hopefully to win more awards. Thank you.
Let's hear it for the Margins Group. For Mr. Samoa, representing Mr. Moses Baden, the founder and executive chairman. We now move to another very interesting presentation on the road traveled, milestones in modernizing driver and vehicle licensing in Ghana. We're joined by the CEO of Top Tech, Mr. Cecil Gabra, a professional with over 27 years of experience in administration, transport management, human relations, and IT management, and is a transport consultant with a proven track record in managing complex operations in the fast-paced transport environment. He's a road safety expert focusing on reducing road crashes in Ghana and Africa, having served as the World Bank's trainer and consultant for the Africa region and the World Food Programme's road safety consultant. Make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Top Tech, Mr. Cecil Echo Gabra.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, stakeholders, as well as the media. Today we gather to celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 25th anniversary of the Driver and Licensing Authority, DVLA. Since its establishment in 1999, the DVLA has been instrumental in maintaining road safety and regulating drivers as well as vehicles in our country. Over the past years, the DVLA has made significant strides in improving the license process, enhancing road safety, and promoting responsible driving practices. From introduction up to date, honestly, we have gone through a lot of evolving and changed the system from the old practices to the new practices. Key achievements are enormous. My friend will tell you, don't go there. Efficient vehicle registration, we can all see it. DVLA have streamlined the vehicle registration processes, making it much more convenient and accessible to the public. Enhanced road safety through vigorous testing and licensing protocols. DVLA have contributed to the reduction in road accidents and fatalities. Expanded reach, DVLA's 18 branches, I'm sure it's more than that. 34, wow, 34 has ensured that services are readily available to all citizens in every region. It is time for African nations to learn from DVLA. As the youngest member of the board of directors in the year 2002. I was privileged to work with the chief executive, who is now the first speaker. Unfortunately, he's gone, Jose Usu. It was not an easy or difficult task, but we sailed through. That was the first time we introduced the computer-based test. In fact, my background is into, and I remember I had to introduce the computer-based to the board. The first test, I'm sure if you could, yes, if you could, precisely. So this is what I introduced to the board. This is 2001 or 2002. All of you, let's test ourselves and see. If this is introduced to Ghana, I am sure it will stop the issues where people are cheating in examinations. So this was the first software that I personally developed. And the board said, yes, why not? Today, I am happy that we have the CBS in full control by DVLA. Honorable Osewusu was, Right Honorable Osewusu was very, very supportive. And it was during his time, the tenure of office, that we introduced the on-site banking system. In fact, this ended the issue of having the staff of controller and accountant general being sent off. And guess what? I was the youngest amongst the board, and I was asked to address the whole staff of controller and accountant general. And I quite remember it was a Monday, and I had all the board members by me and said, okay, Cecil, come on, let's go. These were the times that when you enter DVLA, you see the staff eating KK, wache, and all the place was smelling food. This was really something which was so bad. And you could tell from their utterances that they were not ready for the general public. You call anybody and then the person will say, what can I do for you? Wait, wait, wait. So I addressed them and said, look here, the following Monday, you are out of this premises, because we had then employed staff to manage the accounting department of DVLA. Very interesting. Before then, let me roll back to activities of VELD. One will have to queue. I'm sure my very good friend Kafui Semavo is here. He said it. I queued, and we had to queue with stones. As early as 4 a.m., you have to get to DVLA and make sure that your stone was closer to the registration center. These were also the days where you had testing officers from Ghana Police. And I remember when I was being tested, I was taken to cantonments as Togo Embassy, and the policeman got down from the vehicle. And as soon as he gets down, all what you need to do is half clutch, because he places his pen behind your car tie and will tell you to move. And when you break the pen, that's all, you are disqualified. Very interesting. Today, we have the vehicle testing centers all over the country, very, very modern, and they are fully automated. I'll say a very big thank you to the system first. Appreciation. As DVLA turns 25, I would like to appreciate the work of the following: the Chief Executive, former Chief Executive Justice Yao Mokbo Amagashi. He's surprised I've mentioned all his name. Yes, I worked with him for a while, and he was always with me in my office, coming up with very good innovations to move DVLA forward. Senobula Pia, well done, as well as Rudolph Beckley. Today is DVLA. DVLA today has all it takes to lead Africa's DVLA, honestly speaking, with what I am seeing. Yes, we can do it. The process that DVLA has acquired is enough and it is world class. This morning, an AI said, yes, DVLA Ghana is on top. Check it yourself. The dynamic and current chief executive of DVLA, Mr. Cedi Conference has led a team of young technocrats. In fact, when you get to DVLA, that is what you see. This morning, I told him that, Mr. Buzia, you know what we see now? Mr. Kwesi, kudos, well done. Vehicle registration. At the beginning of every year, new vehicle owners and others rush to DVLA to register their cars in anticipation of having the new year's number plate. We all see it. My very good friend will say, nah, yeah, then. Well, it's though some of them purchase their vehicles early enough to be able to register them in the same year, they wait and wait and wait before they register their vehicles. I just pray that there will be a solution, and during discussions, the solution will definitely come out. In the past, DVLA was perceived to be one of the most corrupt institutions in the country, and it was the first choice of most graduates, yes, looking for jobs. Go to DVLA, and then within a period of processes of driver's license renewal and registration of vehicles force most people to go through middlemen, otherwise known as Goro boys and girls, paying exorbitant fees. Some of them in the process lost even people's documents, while others were given documents. This was the case until 3 years, say, when Mr. Buja took over, a lot more has been eliminated, and the issuance of smart driver's license has replaced all the issues where people were trying to steal. Again, in the past, it took an average of 3 to 9 months for valid driver's license to be produced by DVLA. What do we see today? Very smart. All the speakers have said it. I don't need to say it. But then I love the Prestige Center. Very diplomatic. I brought some foreigners over and they mentioned that this is not even in their country. Once again, kudos to the management and staff of DVLA for this brilliant idea. As a result, the authority has reviewed the entire scope of the computer-based test, the CBT, and translated it 5 local languages, Twiga, Ewe, Hausa, and Dagbani. This practice is very, very good. This has enabled clients to enable theory examinations in all languages, which they feel very comfortable with. DVLA introduced electronic vehicle registration as part of its digitalization goals, as well as enhanced features on the roadworthy sticker to eliminate the fake ones. And we all see it when the police stops you and they key in your number, definitely they'll get the results to know whether your vehicle is fake, as well as insurance. We are really moving forward towards the right direction in technology. We haven't got anywhere, but we will be there very soon. And I like the song, we are going forward. I told Mr. Buzia that when you leave, who is going to come to continue your work? Because the technology that has been set up must be continued. But I know with a young and dynamic staff that you have, they will get there. The reforms have paid off for DVLA as they have been able to reduce incidences of registration of stolen vehicles and also reduce operations of the Goro boys. I know for a fact my own nephew had a bit of it about 3 weeks ago when he bought a vehicle and then forgot to collect the number, the phone number, as well as the identification number of the seller. He went through hell. And I'm sure if you have stolen a vehicle and you've brought it for registration, my Nigeria friend will say, God don't punish you very well. This is what we want to see. We don't want Ghana to be the hub of stolen vehicles. And I know the management and staff of DVLA has a lot of plans for us. Management must therefore take stringent measures to sanction staff found in this Goroism business. We don't want that. I would say take them to court for them to face the law. The future innovations. In an effort to advance transportation in the country, the Driver Vehicle and Licensing Authority, in partnership with the Ministry of Transport and other stakeholders, will soon introduce electric and driverless vehicles in the country very soon. This is really good news. Innovation. The minister is gone, but I have thought of this idea on road tolls. Road tolls. As tolling of our roads is back, a good system must be developed. If you can go to the points on road tolls, I'll be very, very happy. I am saying that the road tolls management must be given to DVLA. Yearly road toll, for example, 200 cedis, must be collected by DVLA for road tolls. DVLA must produce infrared detector card for every vehicle so that when you get to any road toll, you don't waste time. It works, the infrared works about 10 to 20 meters away from the poles, from the toll booth. So when you show it, then it means the gate will open for you. By so doing again, remember that we've collected all road users or people who have got vehicles money for road tolls. And this will be even more than what we have at the moment, where we have people in what corners or people managing the road tolls. They sell two and put one in their pocket. Me, I have seen it before. So when we give this contract to DVLA through private participation, I am very sure that we will collect a lot of money and then funds will go to the road funds that we know. Toll booths must be owned by must be built by private sectors so that we include them. Vehicles without the card could pay on the spot, which means that if they pay on the spot, the gate will be open for them. Let's think about this and see how we can develop this very well. Then I come to the issue of the DVDP number plates. Let us all agree that when it gets to November, December, it is quite a nuisance to see them flouting all the road regulations because they cannot be traced. So what about DVLA setting up at the various spots that the DV plates will be linked up to the Ghana card of the person who brought the car? And this should be a temporary number plate. It is still DV. When a person is ready to register the vehicle, then He goes through the custom documentations, and then a real number plate will be given to him. By so doing again, we can easily identify the owner of the vehicle. Lastly, retraining of drivers across the country. I find this very, very important, extremely important, and we have Ghana Drive to assist you. We look forward to see the amendments of the law in the country to make it very compulsory for drivers to attend at least a refresher training course once a year before your driving license will be renewed. Of course, as I'm talking, we are having training section for tanker drivers in my office. You will not believe it that if you even show the sign, no stopping, to them, they get confused, said, oh, we me Honda. A whole tanker driver saying, I don't know this road sign, then we are in trouble. So I'm advocating that at least all drivers must go through this test before your license will be renewed. In conclusion, the DVLA's 25th anniversary is a testament to our dedication to serving Ghana and ensuring the safety of our roads. We are proud of your achievement and look forward to continue your mission so as to save lives and save Mother Ghana from death. Thank you so much.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil Eko Gabra, CEO, Top Tech Ghana. And so, Prof. the Chair, our brother Cecil, together with the founder of Margins, have tied the bow nicely on the concept of innovation. Innovation cannot operate in a vacuum, and that's why regulation must come into the fray. For which reason, we're joined by the Dean of the UG Law School to speak to us on safety and standards, elevating driving and vehicle standards through regulation. A visiting professor he is of law and a Henry J. Steiner visiting professor of human rights at the Harvard Law School. He's the dean of the University of Ghana School of Law, and he has taught over 40 related courses at various universities in Africa, Europe, the United States, Canada, and Australia. His research interests include constitutional and administrative law in the Global South, law and development in Africa, and human rights and community lawyering. He has also worked in the public, private, and non-profit sectors. I give to you the one, the only Professor Raymond Atuguba.
Good afternoon. Please feel free to get up and stretch. Even I was feeling a bit tired. Moderator, wonderful. Hopefully this will be done very quickly.
And so in the spirit of innovation, I ask we all stand up, please. Prof, we're going to stretch in a very unique way.
Yeah.
Please, if you know the symbol or the sign for no stopping, raise your hand. Please, what is it? You at the back there, describe it for us. The man in the gray shirt. No, the man in the gray shirt, please. Okay, let me ask. A round circle in red with the inside blue, and then one line diagonal in red. What sign is that? Yes, sir. No waiting, you may sit down. If you get it wrong, you stand up. And so a big round circle in red, the inside blue, and a cross across in red. What is that? No stopping, please sit down. You have a road between or in front of Jubilee House marked XXX, and you have a road in front of the Ministry of Defense also marked XXX. What is the meaning of that sign? Yes, sir. It's a priority. What does it mean? You are not supposed to stop or wait there. Please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Let's all stretch and sit down. But please, whenever you see P on any car, it doesn't mean faster or breakfast. What does it mean? We'll come to that later. Paul, please take over.
Thank you. I stand on the existing protocol. Safety and standards, elevating driving and vehicle standards through regulation. I am happy to be here for two reasons. First, DVLA is one of the partners of our school, the University of Ghana School of Law, in our effort to improve our teaching and learning environment and the overall student experience by putting up an ultra-modern state-of-the-art building complex. When, therefore, our partners celebrate, we are there to celebrate with them. The second reason I'm happy to be here today is because I have some friends at the DVLA. Your board chair, Mr. Frank Davis, is a friend and my senior at the bar. And he recently introduced to me a new friend, your CEO, Mr. Buzia. Additionally, Mr. Prince Opoko Edusei, who is the Deputy CEO in charge of operations at DVLA, was my Director for Finance when I worked at the Legal Resources Centre. And Mr. Francis Asamoah Tufo, who I taught at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, Province, that was Galamsey, is the Manager for Corporate Affairs at DVLA. And there are so many other friends of mine at DVLA. Indeed, I was a little surprised when I received the invitation from DVLA to attend at this event and to speak on this topic. It is possible that the reasons I just advanced are the same reasons that influenced the invitation in the first place. Be that as it may, I was immediately reminded of an instance many years ago when I was asked to talk at an event organized by experts in the fishing industry in Ghana. When my speech was shown on television, a friend of mine sent me the following text message. What does a lawyer know about salmon? I feel very much like that today. And as illustrated by the video earlier today by the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Joseph Osei-Osu, what does a lawyer know about drivers and vehicle licensing? Nonetheless, I accepted the invitation to speak here today, and so I must say something. And since I am not an expert in this area, I decided to tell you some stories. I hope that this will help you to get relaxed after the excellent but technical presentation just delivered by Cecile Bokaba, CEO of Top Tech Ghana. The science and art of storytelling is gradually receding in Africa and in Ghana. As kids, we gathered around our parents, aunties, and uncles, and they told us stories at night, laden with history, morality, personal and community values, and more. These stories formed a critical part of our education, of our humanity. Today, this is lost, sadly lost. When I attempt to gather my children for storytelling time in the evening, I am met with, Raymond, not one of your boring village stories again. We are in the 21st century. This is my younger daughter. They actually call me Raymond. I cannot imagine calling my father Robert. Story number one. Sometime in 2001, 2002, the government decided to ban the importation of second-hand vehicles beyond a certain age and to impose heavy duties and penalties on vehicles that were just about attaining that age. So this is not new. Working from the Legal Resources Centre during this period, we tracked every bill that was laid in Parliament, secured copies, analyzed them, and wrote up human rights impact assessments of the laws. We then communicated the assessments to various stakeholders and assisted them to make interventions on the bills before the relevant parliamentary committees. Naturally, our chief constituent and stakeholder for this bill was the Association of Second-Hand Car Dealers. On this occasion, we had an uphill task. The Coalition for Regulating the Importation of Second-Hand Vehicles, CRISVE, an association that we soon realized was put together and supported by first-hand car dealers, had prepared a compelling, obviously expensive memo to Parliament in support of the bill. Written in Oxford grammar, styled in Cambridge syntax, punctuated with Harvard data, and ventilated by Yale analytics, the memo made a huge deal of how banning or penalizing the importation of categories of second-hand cars will save us from environmental pollution and ghastly accidents. We soon realized that the real reason was market share capture. Without money and without clout, we convinced a teaching assistant at the University of Ghana to write a memo, a review memo, on their memo for a small fee. Smart, with a good heart, blessed with significant knowledge in science and the environment, and broke as hell, the TA jumped on the opportunity and gave it his all. He told us the memo by the surrogates of the first-hand car dealers was utter rubbish and thoroughly misleading. After reading the Oxbridge English, we were not convinced and thought we had gone in for the wrong guy. What made it worse was that the TA, though an excellent writer, was not very orally articulate. We were about to give up already. I woke up one morning, drove to my office at the University of Ghana School of Law, the old site, and in the quiet of the very early morning, punctuated only by the chirpings of the birds, and who knows of what else, maybe ghosts, as slowly and painstakingly combed the TA's counter memo, which was titled Alternative to the Case for Regulating the Importation of Second-Hand Motor Vehicles, as stated by the Coalition for Regulating the Importation of Second-Hand Vehicles. It was a masterpiece. Each word, each sentence, each paragraph made complete sense. For example, he established that the amount of pollution produced by a vehicle has literally nothing to do with the age of the vehicle, but it was more connected to the service record of the vehicle, the type of fuel used by the vehicle, and whether or not the vehicle was installed with catalytic converters, and so on. This was the first time I was learning these things. And so it is perfectly possible for a one-day-old vehicle to cause more pollution than a 10-year-old vehicle. I immediately remembered a story my late dad told me. In July 1974, he bought a brand new Datsun 120Y car from Japan Motors in Accra. He drove it straight to Bolga where he worked, only making a few detours. The next day, the car let out a blast of smoke when he attempted to start it, and it will not start. Anyone familiar with vehicles knows that the first service of a vehicle is usually around 1,000 kilometers, and that driving from Accra to Bolga with detours exceeds what? 1,000 kilometers. We at the Legal Resources Center were now convinced. It did not take us long to convince the Association of Second-Hand Car Dealers. Will Parliament be convinced? The first day we appeared with our clients before the Finance Committee in Parliament was hell. Armed with a carefully polished memo from the first-hand car dealers and their own intuitive knowledge, the committee would not listen to us. Rather than allow us to speak and make our case, they interjected after every sentence, literally shouting at us, pointing us to portions of the other memo, and suggesting to us how dumb we were to attempt to challenge the solid science, reasons, and analytics in the polished memo. We persisted, and I think it was on the third attempt on the third day that the committees finally shut up and listened to us and our clients. The Legon teaching assistants counter memo won the day. The committee, among other things, reworded the bill to avoid a complete ban on the importation of second-hand cars, prevented the second-hand car industry from decimation, saved lots of jobs and family income, and ensured that some of us who have never owned a brand new vehicle in our lives are still able to drive. Why have I told you this elaborate story? 3 reasons. First, we must realize that regulation is a political exercise involving power play and undergirded by interests, including economic interests. Regulatory decisions are always influenced by the political ideologies and political projects of those in power, and it involves balancing the interests of various stakeholders. Typically, those with political power, in this case, the Ministry of Finance and Parliament, and economic power, in this case, the first-hand car dealers, influence regulatory decisions and shape regulation to favor their interests. We must never assume that regulation is a neutral exercise. It is not. It is not a neutral exercise performed by good, reasonable, and knowledgeable people and underpinned by science. As the story I just told you reveals, good and reasonable people can be and are often misled, and science can be fudged. In an ideal world, regulatory decisions must be fair, thoughtful, effective, not overly burdensome, and must deliver public value. In the real world, regulatory decisions are in accordance with the interests and values of the politically and economically powerful. The real character of regulation was recently displayed in the debate surrounding the proposed amendment to our road traffic regulations. And this is story number 2. The proposed amendments contain provisions which sought to allow members of parliament and other state officials to use vehicle sirens and to be exempted from speed limits whilst on official duty, a privilege previously reserved for emergency and specialized vehicles. This proposed amendment was met with intense opposition, which sparked significant public debate and backlash. The public criticized the proposed amendments as unfair and unnecessary, particularly because traffic regulations should apply to all citizens equally. Some critics also argued that the proposed amendments created the impression that MPs and other state officials are above the law, which could lead to an abuse of the privilege. The public did not understand why everyone else should sit in traffic, while MPs and other state officials get to use sirens to avoid traffic. In response to these criticisms, some MPs claimed that the proposed amendment was necessary to enable them and other state officials perform their duties efficiently during emergencies. The government eventually withdrew the proposed amendments, acknowledging the concerns raised and highlighting the need to reevaluate the proposed amendments. I'll return to this story later. For now, suffice it to say that more accurate narratives of the happenings surrounding the amendments to the road traffic regulations point to an insistence by some of our good friends in Parliament that they would not consider the amendments unless they came with a siren privilege for MPs. This is a naked example of how regulation abides the interests and wishes of those who wield political power. It appears that those with political power were advocating for regulation that prioritizes their convenience over public safety and public concerns. Another story that has recently gathered public discussion, and this is the last story, story number 3, relates to the regulation on the use of child restraints. The discussions were centered on the slow pace and lackluster efforts to amend existing regulations to better protect children in vehicles. The sluggish progress on child restraint regulation makes a different picture. One where lack of interest from those in power impedes legislative action. Apathy from persons who have the power to enact change, despite advocacy from civil society and clear evidence of the need for robust child safety laws, can only mean one thing: immediate benefit to those with political and economic power and who hold the keys to regulation is absent in this case. At a broader level, road safety in Ghana is a critical public safety issue and a major public health concern. The carnage on our roads is unacceptable and requires urgent and immediate intervention. Every year, thousands of lives are lost to road accidents, with even more people suffering serious injuries. Every day my children leave home for school, I start praying for their safety on the roads. And we have not counted the economic loss in terms of medical expenses, loss of productivity, and damage to infrastructure and property. We all know what I am talking about. From childhood, I witnessed neighbors killed on the roads. My roommate here in Legon in our first year died from an avoidable and ghastly accident. I have been a victim of road accidents myself. Let us do some comparative analysis here. And I'm happy the chairperson is a COVID-19 expert. Since the COVID-19 pandemic started in 2020, Ghana has lost about 1,500 lives to it. The National Road Safety Authority published a report in November 2022, which indicates that in 2020, there were 12,500 crashes and about 2,500 fatalities. Additional reports from MTTU indicate that almost 3,000 fatalities on the roads occurred in 2021. Some 2,373 in 2022 and 2,276 in 2023. So for these 3 years, more than 10,000 human lives were lost to road accidents. This figure is about 7 times the number of deaths recorded for COVID-19. Yet road accidents have not received the same level of national emergency response as COVID-19 did. Nor did it benefit from the raft of quick emergency legislative and regulatory interventions that COVID-19 did. It is clear that our national regulatory responses do not align with real risks that affect public safety and public health. They align with what the powerful deem to be important. Because COVID-19 was a leveler, affecting everyone in almost the same way, and not responsive to huge, heavily airbagged and reinforced vehicles, we responded more quickly and appropriately to it. A more intelligent and balanced regulatory approach is required in our nation. Indeed, the 2019 study on road safety in Ghana noted the insufficient prioritization of road safety in Ghana. This brings me to the second point I wish to make today. While the politics and power play surrounding regulation may be unavoidable, they underscore the need for regulatory intelligence. The science, the knowledge backed by experience that must underpin regulation. The participatory evidence-based science with which regulation is conceived. The experiential knowledge resources with which regulation is developed. The projected economic and social models that underpin the adaptability and flexibility of regulation to changing circumstances. The street smart strategies that must make effective implementation of regulation possible. The societal and community processes for deep reflective evaluation of regulatory uptake, traction, and staying power. All of these matter. Read my lips. Unless regulation genuinely embraces the lived experiences of those who must live with and under it, keeping at center stage the overall social good of regulation, it will fail. Permit me to return to the siren story of our dear MPs. Considered against the backdrop of regulatory intelligence, one would have to conclude that the public discussion around the use of sirens by MPs was low in content and in substance. It was an emotional discussion about why MPs should not be allowed to use sirens to get through traffic easily, while the rest of us sit in traffic daily for several hours. If the discussions were more based on experiential knowledge, keeping at center stage the social good that inures from MPs using sirens some of the time, the outcome may have been different. In a country where the very business of the state and the running of the government could be taken hostage until an MP is brought to parliament in an ambulance to vote, or until government makes arrangements for an MP to be flown into Ghana on a private jet to vote. Allowing MPs and other state officials to use sirens some of the time is not only necessary, but justifiable. There are many aspects of the work of MPs that are hidden from the public gaze. Secret midnight meetings in caucus and with opposing sides and with the sitting government all take place in order to keep Ghana moving. These require quiet and quick recalls from their constituencies or from various parts of Accra that are heavily traffic laden. Some of the assignments are so sensitive and so strictly need to know that simply having a pool of sirens for all MPs will destroy the confidentiality that must attend some of these meetings. I can confidently say that when I was Executive Secretary to the President of the Republic of Ghana, I was able to accomplish 50 to 100 tasks a day, partly because there was a siren at my disposal to facilitate my movements. My job would have been impossible without that. To digress a little, while I was in office, I remember receiving a call from the then director of the airports company. He was panicking at the other end of the line. All flights outbound from Accra that evening were all at risk of cancellation. And these are flights to Amsterdam, London, everywhere, and thousands of passengers. They were at risk of cancellation because jet fuel that was expected from across the border from another country that they had delayed. We had to immediately deploy sirens to the border to move the fuel tanks at top speed into Accra. In our criticism of government and its officials, it is only fair to also consider how hard these officials sometimes work on our blind side to get the wheels of the state moving. Again, and to draw from my third story, if Ghana were focused on the needless deaths to children caused by the absence of enforceable regulation on child restraints, the appropriate corrective action would have been taken long ago. The National Road Safety Authority indicates that between 2019 and 2021, almost 1,000 children died from road crashes. Out of this number, the details are there by year. And these are really little children, some as old as 0 to 3 years. Going forward, ultimate intelligent regulation is necessary to deal with the mountain of challenges DVLA faces. The 2019 study on road safety challenges that I mentioned earlier highlighted 6 major challenges: institutional, executional, managerial and operational, attitudinal and behavioral, accident reporting, and financial investment challenges. Only a more intelligent approach to regulation based on experiential knowledge can begin to address these innovating challenges. And as we all know, challenges morph, complete with the opportunities that are embedded in them. The operation of ride-hailing services by transport network companies, including Uber, Yango, and Bolt, global climate change and green transportation, electric vehicles, driverless vehicles, the use of data analytics and artificial intelligence in regulation are here and are upon us. According to the 2020 Ghana Electric Report, and the MD mentioned this, there are almost 20,000 vehicles were imported into Ghana between 2017 and 2021. However, as of now, Ghana does not have a holistic, detailed regulation to govern these electric vehicles. The challenges Kenya has faced in recent times, when they saw an influx of electric buses in the face of regulation that was lagging, are there for us to see. We do not want to go that route. Finally, on my second point, in regulation, we must consistently and constantly resist the urge to take the line of least resistance and pain by copying laws from other jurisdictions. This deep legislative culture I must admit, is waning of late, and thankfully so. But it is still there. It is understandable that in a highly globalized world, looking to establish models may provide guidance and valuable starting points for legislation and regulation. However, wholesale importation of legal frameworks can be counterproductive. For example, Ghana's Road Traffic Act of 2004, was modeled after the United Kingdom's Road Traffic Act of 1988. Key provisions and definitions of the major driving offenses and restrictions were copied wholesale from there. Since 2004, there have been numerous amendments to the UK Act and other related laws that were passed in the UK to keep up with social and technological changes there. For instance, the Automated Vehicles Act of 2024 was recently passed in the UK to regulate the use of automated vehicles. We did not pass one for Ghana. However, no significant amendments have been made to our laws that we copied from them. Aside the road traffic regulations of 2012, the overall effect is that we have not only copied laws from a jurisdiction that does not have bone shakers, king of king buses, trotros, and aboboya, we have neglected to keep the laws so copied up to date. Now to the third and last lesson I seek to draw from the stories I told you. And it is this. Whilst regulatory decisions are ultimately the acts of the political and economically powerful, the citizens, working as ordinary citizens or from within NGOs and research institutions, can convince or compel the powers that be to take regulatory decisions that are imbued with experiential knowledge, science, intelligence, and geared to the overall public good. This is what happened with the attempt to ban second-hand cars in 2021-2022. This is what was attempted in the Sirens saga. This is what is happening with the regulation on child restraints. Regulators must have the wisdom and humility to view those who engage in these public acts of active participation in regulatory processes, not as meddlesome busybodies, but as public benefactors. In conclusion, it is not just DVLA that needs elevating driving and vehicle standards through regulation. All our state institutions need to elevate the way and manner they regulate our lives. One, they must craft regulation not just for the political and economically powerful, but for ordinary Ghanaians and other road users. Two, they must use deep experiential knowledge in the process of conceiving, formulating, implementing, and evaluating adaptable and forward-looking regulation, being mindful not to copy models from abroad mindlessly. And finally, three, they must gladly accept interveners, regarding and embracing them not as meddlesome busybodies, but as public benefactors. I thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Raymond Atuguba, a round of applause. Wow. Regulation is a power play between the undergirded by political interests and economic interests. We must never assume that regulation is a neutral exercise. Wow, that is deep. For the next 15 minutes, we want to engage our presenters. If you have a question, you have a suggestion, you have a comment, we will take it in good faith. Just raise your hand, identify yourself, and shoot straight with your point. No MP3 loaded questions, I beg you. Let's make it a very simple file. So please raise your hand. We have mics coming to you. We shall take as many as 4, and then we shall call it a day. Comments, suggestions, questions. We have 1 here. We have 2 there. How many more? We have 3, and then the last one. Okay, 3 for now. So respectfully, I invite all our presenters to be upstage. A round of applause for them as they come take their place to receive their questions. So you can direct the question or suggestion to any one of them. Make it simple, direct, and then we should answer. Okay, so we shall begin with the first. Yes, sir, you have the mic.
Good afternoon. Afternoon, sir. My name is Elijah. My name is Elijah Abbas Ibrahim Moro of the GPRTU, who played with those in authority to have a second look at the roadworthy certificate renewal. If your car breaks down for a very long time, meaning you were handicapped, you were not financially equipped, that was why the car is not being repaired. For some time, if it goes back, the period that the vehicle was not roadworthy, was not being used, you have to pay for all those periods. We are pleading to the authority to have a second look at that. Secondly, we are professional drivers, and you always have to make sure you renew your driving license to keep you in business.
Okay.
If your license expires for a longer period, meaning that particular person is out of job, you have to look for money somewhere. When you come back, there is a penalty for you to pay. We are pleading with the authority to have a deep look at these two issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alaji. And let me urge all contributors that the question and answer time is in response to the presentations made. This was a question directly directed to DVLA. We're fortunate enough to have the CEO give us his concluding remarks, but please let all your questions, suggestions, and comments be in respect of only the presentations made thus far. I hope that's agreeable. Thank you. To the next one, please.
Thank you very much. I'm David Aguado, the National PRO, Concerned Drivers Association of Ghana. My question is DVLA is now digital, but we don't know any code that you keep in your license or your document of the vehicle and get the full detail of your vehicle or your license. So we want to know.
Senior.
Yes.
This one is in respect of DVLA. Why is in respect of the presentations made?
Okay.
But you still want to do offside mode?
No, this is not offside mode. We are still in DVLA and 15th anniversary. So we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Where's the third contributor? I think I saw a hand. Okay. So, our distinguished presenters, you've heard the various sentiments from across board. In your own words, share with us what should be the way forward in view of these observations.
I think the questions relate to the second point I was trying to make, that in regulating, you must meet people at the point of their need, and you must enlist the experiences of ordinary people in design regulation, so that even if you don't satisfy if you don't satisfy them in terms of what they want, they would understand why they cannot be satisfied.
Okay.
And go along with the regulatory regime. Unless we do those deep participatory processes in the process of designing regulations, one, we will not get the regulations right.
Okay.
Two, people would not be satisfied. And three, people would not obey them.
Okay. Wider stakeholder engagements.
Well, I am tempted to answer the gentleman's question, but then I will make a suggestion to him rather. A lot of people sell their vehicles and then they leave the insurance policies as it is. For instance, if I want to sell my car, I sell it, collect my money, and maybe write a letter to DVLA. That is all what we know. But they have forgotten that they will also have to write to the insurance company to withdraw the insurance that is on the vehicle. I do also believe that in the case of the roadworthy certificate, if your vehicle is out of use, at least you should write to the DVLA and let them know that, look here, my vehicle is parked and therefore I haven't repaired it. When I repair it, I will come back to renew my roadworthy certificate. That makes a lot of sense than leaving your vehicle unattended to in the workshop. That's my little piece of advice.
Okay, so I would like to answer the questions in relation to the knowledge I have from implementing vehicle registration system and also driver's license. So there are already in place services would allow you to tell DVLA that your vehicle is off the road, which would then stop your roadworthiness, etc. So that when you decide to bring your vehicle back on the road and you inform DVLA, you don't lose out on the, if you like, the financial investment that you've made in terms of your vehicle registration and roadworthiness. So maybe be an issue of education or something like that, but these services already exist.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we take one more? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Godfred Abulbiri, General Secretary, GPRCU. My question goes to the officer for Markins Group. You have observed that driving licenses have been changed quite a couple of times. And on each time we do ask, the response is that there are quite a lot of them we have been tweaked. And then as of now, from where we began from the book one to the card one, as of now, still, we still have a lot of them out there, fake licenses. Even the DVLA sticker, roadworthy sticker. I believe in my office sometime we had to do a sample by removing some stickers on vehicles to make sure they were genuine ones or they were illegal ones. And we saw that quite a number of them were all fake. And then you had mentioned that you are 10 years in the DVLA. What are you doing such that this kind of fake licenses will not be sufficient again? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Margins, this one you stand accused though.
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, I'd like to say that as technology partners to DVLA, we are implementing, if you like, the laws and regulations of DVLA, and also looking forward to help reduce or remove some of these issues that you raise. So in my presentation, I made reference to there being a new, if you like, driver's license system, and also integration with NIA in terms of verifying the identity of the applicants for the driver's license. In addition to that, within the system, there are various auditing controls that will prevent misuse of, if you like, authorization given to different staff as per the guidelines given to us by DVLA. So fraud prevention is a journey. It's not a one step or one event situation. So as we are sitting here in the 25th anniversary of DVLA, and we've talked about transformation, the transformation continues. So these issues that you raised, they will definitely disappear in due course.
Lovely. Let me come back to you, Mr. Samoa, this is a question that was raised online. It says, can you provide examples of how digital technologies are currently being used to enhance public and private transportation services in Ghana? And what future innovations do you foresee?
Okay, so I mean, I've already mentioned about DVLAs, if you like, version 2 of the vehicle registration and the new driver's license system. But I think, as we even talked about roadworthiness, hello, and we talked about accidents, etc., etc. A lot of these policies result from data. All right, so DVLA have a lot of raw data. DVLA have other stakeholders which are also collecting data. And so the use of this data, whether it's simple analytics or it is AI or it is, any variant of this, which would produce compelling reports, it will enable the stakeholders to predict what has happened based on what has gone on already and through some kind of pattern recognition. It should enable the stakeholders to be proactive in terms of, as I said, policies and regulations to help to reduce and improve the policy guidelines for road users.
Lovely. Mr. Gabra, this I believe you've touched on, but a listener wants to know what have been the most significant challenges in modernizing driver vehicle licensing in Ghana and how were they overcome? You want to expand on that a bit?
Well, we have to follow the trend. I do believe that if you look at what very good friend Doctor just said, the documents that we use for our ally was just copied from the UK. Well, I am not saying that we should follow that trend of copying, but here we have our engineers of DVLA. We have engineers all over. When you pick the transport sector, we have very brilliant people, especially working with the Department of Urban Roads, who are my friends. If we all come together, I guess we'll come with a very simple and very important document to guard vehicle registration as well as licensing in this country. If you pick up like licensing, I'm sure the police is not here. I started driving at the age of 13 years, where there was no police anywhere. In fact, I was chubby. Today, here we are. Someone comes to driving school and then you see him as a giant. He's not turned 18. What are we doing about such cases? Person has, physically, you can tell that if you teach him how to drive, he will be able to sail through. I think the laws must be looked at, amendments must be made, and if it comes to even age 16, which conforms with other international standards, we will succeed than asking these people to illegally drive and then cause accidents. Others come to the driving schools, and Reverend will bear me witness to say that, look, teach my son, teach my daughter, and we'll find a way to get a driving license for him. Attempt that as galamsey in the driving sector. That's not too good. So laws, generally, laws must be looked at and by the stakeholders. We have all those stakeholders supporting road safety, and I am sure we will achieve our aims. Thank you.
And that points together with what Prof raised earlier, I think answers this question, which says generally regulations in Ghana are obsolete on arrival. What advice would you give to DVLA to bring relevant regulations to the road sector? We've answered that already. But Prof, this last question and then we shall wrap it. Okay, how have recent regulatory challenges impacted road safety and vehicle standards in Ghana, and what further improvements are planned? I doubt if this for you, but Prof. They say it's for you, so please.
If we still have so many deaths on our roads, many related directly to drivers and vehicles, then it means that we have a long way to go, because it's not acceptable to have those deaths. We have to have a regulatory process that completely minimizes those deaths, or if possible, eliminates them. So I think the questioner is right. DVLA has a huge job to do. There are other stakeholders like the police who do enforcement, but we need to do that. The number of deaths is just unacceptable. It's at epidemic or is it epidemic levels? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we shall take a last one, a golden one from the floor. Yes, it's good. It's from a woman.
Afternoon. My name is Gifty. I think somewhere when Mr. Cecil Gabra was answering the question, he made mention of the question I was going to ask. So, with regards to regulations, the legal law says that the applicant has to be 18 years and above before they acquire driving license. Can we reduce that to 16, since UK is currently doing that, America is doing that as well? We have lots of the students come, and yes, you can tell they are of sound mind, with all the qualities needed to drive. Is there a way we can soon regularize that so that they can drive legally?
And the driving schools who still use manual, God has seen you. We are going even driverless, and you are still using manual. But as you prepare to answer that, Prof, I just want you to prepare for this question while you come up and do your final take. What advice will you give government agencies like DVLA to collaborate with industry for sustainable development? So while you're deliberating on your concluding remarks, please have this also in deliberation. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, young lady. Well, I think I answered your question, but then let me go over again that here we are. Those days we have lactogen babies, like you know, but this time we have computer babies. And if you speak with them, you would realize that the things they even know you don't know, right? It shows how the world has developed at this very moment. So let's go research, bring the age down. Of course, DVLA hasn't got a mandate to change it. It should go to Parliament if I'm right, before this can work. And when I was the president of the Association of Driving Schools, we went to bang on Parliament to make sure that driving will be compulsory at the age 18 years. I am sure we can let this work if we maybe write some few letters. You and I can start it, not any demonstrations, but then let us make our point clear. And I'm sure my other colleagues will also support that. Look here, let's bring the age down to 16. This has been a serious issue because people come over from other developed countries and they come to fight with driving schools. Say, why? But it's not driving schools, it is the laws that we have in the country. And the Ghana National Association of Driving Schools will say no, because you cannot teach anybody who is 16. And I like the DVLA system. The software will quickly pick you up to say you are underage, and it will be in red. If I am right, I know. Mr. Semevo is here. He would explain to tell you that there is no way that you get a learner's license to go and drive. And if you don't have a learner's license, it's an offense for you to sit behind any vehicle for you to be taught. And for your MC, I like that what you just said, that drive a manual car, learn how to drive a manual car, and it makes you a good driver. The manual car works all your brains and then make sure that, yes, you can drive. The automatic car is much more easier. And this is also the opportunity I'm taking to let people know about the automatic car gears that you have. A lot of people don't know that the automatic car has what we call the steptronic gear. And if you look at it, you have the plus, you have the minus, and it is for a purpose, descending and ascending hills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Mr. Andrew Asamoah. He's the Chief Software Development Officer at the Margins Group. Mr. Cecil Ebokabra is the CEO of Top Tech Ghana, and Professor Raymond Atuguba is the Dean, University of Ghana School of Law. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much for lending us your great insights. And so, what is the way forward? Well, it lies with the CEO, or the CE, I beg your pardon, of the DVLA, to render his closing thoughts. Big welcome, Mr. Kwesi Agyemang-Busia.
Thank you. I started with a good morning, and it's now good afternoon. We've had the whole menu. My heart is filled with gratitude today because of the men of metal that we've all had the privilege of listening to. Mr. Chairman, for you to have arrived from a trip and made it here for the last 4 hours and counting, we're very appreciative of that. And the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker was here, had to leave for other engagements. Obviously, Professor Ade, where the Right Honorable talked about when he was CEO, there were 2 graduates, and now we have 90% of the about 740 staff being graduates. Shows the progress that we've made. We've talked about where we were and where we are now. I think throughout the discussions, the theme of where we're going becomes paramount. The Dean talked about where regulatory plays a very big role in whatever we're doing, to keep our eye on the law, to make sure that we're doing what is right, what is abiding as citizens. So we've had the whole rundown. Cannot say much and forget about my predecessors, what they have meant to me. On days when it gets real difficult, because we're talking 25 years in a capsule, mine has been 7 to 8 of it. But in the boardroom where we sit for board meetings and meetings, have the photographs of all those who have preceded me. Believe me, this is the truth. When it gets real hard, I look at them and I say, what would they have done? And it gives me inspiration to forge ahead and move this authority where we are today. One of the things that continue to haunt me, keeps me up at night, is whether the work we have done, the discussions we've had today, the challenges that have been enumerated, what happens post this administration, i.e. busiest time. But it keeps me up, but I'm also comforted because when we started the strategic plan, we're going to anchor on people, process, and technology. We emphasize on the people aspect. We put the systems that are integrated now, but we also know we have not only transformed systems, we have transformed the culture of DVLA. Where's the comfort coming from? Because we have trained the staff, and because we have a vision for where we ought to be, and because in our popular vision, we want to be the best in the country, I am comforted by the fact that no matter what happens, it's not about people coming and going, it's about systems and the bulk of people, the critical mass, which means no matter what happens, we can only forge ahead. We are not going back. You will not allow it to go back. I know that in my heart. So thank you. I also want to thank you, staff, because I know if somebody comes and want to take you back to the days of Goro, you will resist that. So that's not even going to happen. And then once you plug one machine, you bring the whole system down anyway, hence the word integration. So the gratefulness about those who spend time with us today, the those in the front row, uh, and deliberated with us, the speakers, and so forth. The thank you goes to those I've always rested on when I started with a vision and we drew just a little diagram of 6 pillars that we had to work with. The center of it was service delivery, but underlying all that was the people, which is by way of the staff, and the other side of the staff is, of course, the customers. So my parting message is thank you for your time spent here. Well deserved for us that we've managed to spend time with you like that. But what we acquired and what we are going away with. And so I thank you. And for those who have managed to put this together, i.e., the unspoken heroes, every time you go to a function, you always know there are people behind the scenes, the people rolling what we see on the screen, the people who put the little things together, the lights, those who make sure we're all comfortable in here. They are led by somebody on the DVLA side, and he's the one speaking after me, I hope. The Deputy CEO, Mr. Edisa, kindly, put your hands together and I'm going to show that he has done. But I'm also talking about those spoken heroes because I have that on my staff. There are people always in the background. Yes, Buzia is the face of DVLA, but he's not doing it alone. We have stakeholders. Some of them I mentioned today. For whatever we do, it's not just DVLA. It's all those who work together with us for collective good. What are we trying to do? To lessen the impact of road insecurity. To make sure your sister, your brother, your wife, your friend leaves home, the dean's children go to school and come back home safe because he says he worries, and that's real. And the work we do collectively ensures that. Thank you so very much, and have a good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the embodiment of leadership.
Yes, electronic vehicle registration system. Step 1, present.
Please, one more time, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman-Buzia, thank you very much for your leadership that has shown through every effort of ours culminating in this great feat. We shall now receive the closing remarks of our chairperson for today. Make welcome Professor Gordon Awandere. He has done nothing wrong. Please, let it be warm.
Thank you. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've had a very enriching day today. We've heard from distinguished public servants who have worked in the public service, who have reformed institutions. We've heard from technocrats who have talked about what happens behind the scenes for institutions to be reformed and for services to be enhanced and the efficiency of our services to also be improved. And then we heard from the lawyers who, in this case, represented by our dean, who has put everything into context and reminded us that when we are making laws, we shouldn't just lift wholesale. The context is important. You know, laws have to work in a certain environment and a certain, context, and we need to bear that in mind. And we have to always remember that it's must work, or laws must work for the generality of the people, for the ordinary person, and not cater to specific, privileged groups. So overall, we have, covered a lot of ground, and we are grateful to all the speakers for their effort and their time. So please let's acknowledge. I also want to join the chief executive in congratulating those who put the event together, and I totally agree with him as somebody who has led an institution and who puts together conferences and other events. I know how much happens behind the scenes. drivers running all over the place, people writing letters left, right, center, organizing catering, even the water you drink, getting the hall set up. There's so much that happens behind the scenes, and those people we never see. And they don't get to stand here and speak like some of us and be on TV and so on and so forth. So we really want to thank all the people who put their shoulders to the wheel for this event to be successful. So let's appreciate all of them. Obviously, a system works with good leadership. And so, Mr. Chief Executive and your team, we want to also congratulate you for all the transformation and innovations you brought, and for shining light on public institutions and basically setting the pace for other institutions to follow. We hope that other public institutions will be inspired by the transformation of DVLA and also take steps to transform their institutions. One of the key things to achieving institutional transformations, being honest with yourself and acknowledging your problems and your challenges. And part of that is allowing yourself to be, looked into, you allow yourself to be studied. Find independent people to evaluate your work and get honest diagnosis of your problems. And you have to be humble enough to accept your challenges and then work towards addressing them. And I believe that DVLA have done that, and we are grateful to them for showing the way for other institutions. I don't want to mention the institutions who should follow their example, but you all know the institutions in Ghana that we all scream about every day in terms of the kind of services that they provide for us. So we're very inspired by what DVLA has done, and we continue to support their efforts. As a university, we are truly honored to have the partnership with DVLA. I believe it's just the beginning. There's so much that we can do together. We've been having meetings, and we are really thinking about big things that we can do together, and we hope that this partnership will continue and be strengthened. Before I take my seat, I want us to also recognize the work of our MC today. He's done an excellent job. He has kept us on task. We've been sitting here for close to 4 hours, but he has kept us awake. And it takes a good MC to be able to engage the audience that way. So we're very grateful. Thank you so much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the University of Ghana is once again honored to have hosted this. And it was my great pleasure to be your chair. Have a great day.
We're grateful to you, Professor Gordon Nawandari, for graciously hosting us.
Your vehicle for inspection. Step 2, produce your vehicle documents for authentication. Step 3, generate an invoice and pay for your services via ghana.gov@a. Step 4, verification of identity and document upload. Step 5, obtain certificate of title and a digital vehicle registration card. Log on to online.dvla.gov.gh today. For further information, visit www.dvla.gov.gh. Register your vehicle now. DVLA, your safety, our concern.
That's the promise we make to all our stakeholders, particularly the University of Ghana, as we partner you to produce holistic scholars. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about systems, we've talked about processes. Let me show you the people who have made that possible. I give to you the 25th Anniversary Planning Committee. Please welcome them as they join me on stage. A round of applause for them. These are the men and women who have made it happen. Wherever you are, please join us up here. A round of applause as they come. It's been a yeoman's job, and this is but one of the many initiatives under the 25th anniversary celebration of DVLA. Please, let's have all of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy CEO, the man who keeps us all in line. I give to you, Mr. Prince Opoku Edusei.
Professor Chairman, thank you. MC, thank you very much for this opportunity. Ordinarily, after the boss has spoken and the chairman has crowned it all, we should have closed. But I'm here to do or perform a very specific function. But before I do that, please permit me to share just a few words. When we were discussing the possible speakers for this lecture, many names came up. And we had a series of discussions around everybody. But the moment the names of Mr. Sesegabra and our good old prof came up, everybody was settled. And we knew that these are the men we needed to deliver on this topic. And I can say that we are all pleased and happy to have witnessed or heard all the insights that they have shared on the two topics. We have been in a Silver Jubilee mode since August last year. We have had a series of activities and events, of which this lecture is one. We are not done yet. And so I wish to invite all of you, our guests, to join us in our upcoming programs. On Saturday, this very Saturday, 7th of September, we have a health walk and aerobics, and we are starting from our head office. Please, if you believe in good health and exercises, join us at our head office at 6 a.m. and let's have a good walk to stretch our limbs. In the coming months and weeks, DVLA will be rolling out once again a series of innovative programs that are all geared towards enhancing road safety. Very soon, our much talked about reform in computer-based tests would be implemented, where we are going to have applicants take the test in 6 different Ghanaian languages aside the English language. As we speak, the Twi translation has fully been done, and we are going to start with that as pilot. And then Ga, Ewe, Dagbani, Hausa, and Nzema will follow. All it would take would be for the applicant to wear a certain headphone and select the language they wish to take the test in. They will hear in their ears the question in that language, and then they would be required to just point at the screen whether the answer is A, B, C, or D. As simple as that. Again, as my chief executive mentioned, we are going to roll out a 3rd license plate, which will be in the form of a sticker. We believe that this would help the security around our vehicles and the ownership of vehicles largely, because we are in an era where when somebody steals your vehicle and they take off the plate, your vehicle is gone. But with the 3rd license plate, with that sticker, even when they have taken off the plate and they attempt to destroy that sticker, it will leave a mark on the windshield. And any police officer who stops such a vehicle can tell that there is something wrong with it. In fact, even if you break your windshield and you put a new one, so far as the car is an already registered car, there will be questions asked as to why you don't have the 3rd license sticker. So when we come out with these, all of us as stakeholders, please join us and make sure that we are able to implement these innovations successfully. Lastly, on behalf of management and staff of DVLA, especially on behalf of our able leader, Mr. Buzia, I wish to thank my colleague, committee members here. We have done so much, some of which you were not fortunate to have witnessed, but I wish to thank all of them for the support in putting all of these together. And as I said, please come to us or join us when we invite you for the programs we have ahead. Lastly, before you leave, please go into your wallet or your bag, check whether your license has been renewed. If not, the mobile team is out there. Just walk to them. They will help renew your license right there before you leave. Let no one leave here with an expired driver's license or expired roadworthy sticker. Thank you very much for coming once again, and may God bless us all. Please, we have snack at the back. Let us all walk there, have snack, and pick our lunch away as we leave. Nobody should leave with nothing in their stomachs. Thank you once again.
And ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the chairman of the 25th Anniversary Planning Committee, our Deputy CEO. A round of applause for him. But what we've done today has been under the direction of the chairperson of the Events Committee, my brother, Mr. Abraham Zato. Please, a round of applause for him too. To this end, I would like a volunteer to give us a closing prayer in Islam. Muslim in good standing.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين صدق الله العظيم.
And we shall all say Amen. But please remain seated as I invite our chief executive together with all our dignitaries to please proceed to the front for a group photo with the planning committee. A round of applause as they come for that photo. We shall take 2 more photos and thereafter we shall all be dispatched. No, so they'll be down. We will be on top. Deputy CEO, please join them. No, you join them. Please, please, please stay, please stay. Just 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Don't be in a hurry. We'll leave very soon. 1 minute. The entire DVLA family, you are next. Please join your colleagues on stage. Let's take one big family photo together. All the driver unions, together with road safety and all our partners, please join us also. Join our executives on the front row. DVLA staff, please come on stage. Let's take one big photo together. If you are from DVLA, please join us on stage. Let's spread out. Let's okay. All the DVLA staff, please come together. Let's take one big photo. Photographers, are we all aligned? Members of the Transport Union, please join us. Let's fill it out. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, all the transport union members, please join our executives on the floor. All our stakeholders, please join us on stage. So we shall all make